Want custom? They'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the fifth C, Cozy Jewelers.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Good morning. 855-839-1210. Would love to get your take on the conversation that we just had, because a lot of you are still active on the YouTube feed. Appreciate you being here on YouTube, as well as Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I know that President Trump has been speaking out and participating just this morning in this roundtable with various business leaders as he continues on this morning, speaking about the latest with business, and there's a lot of news. As far as he's also talking about the Houthi, whatever, Houthi in the boat, not Houthi and the Blowfish, but the Houthis, if you will. So, yeah, so he's, been speaking out this morning at this business roundtable, and there's a lot of economic news, a lot of business news. I know the Dow is down slightly, but overall this week, if you look at overall, the Dow is up, so there's a lot of great economic news. I know that the New York Times and other headlines this morning, as far as what they're saying in the so-called mainstream media. President Trump declaring from the stage of an opulent ballroom in Saudi Arabia that the United States is done nation building and intervening. That's the world's superpower will no longer be giving you lectures on how to live, the New York Times writes. And so at the end of the day, both the news media claiming that these are objective news stories, as well as op-ed pieces, taking shots, and by the way, some Republicans and conservatives upset with the fact that Trump is saying that they want to end the so-called nation builders. He said, and I quote, those so-called nation builders actually wrecked far more nations than they built. That's one of the things that Trump said. And so essentially saying, that you should, he said, chart your own destinies in your own way. So in the Middle East, popular words by President Trump yesterday and into today, as he succeeds in cutting serious, I know he's playing Houthi and the Blowfish.
Houthis and the Blowfish.
The Houthis and the Blowfish.
Yes, come on.
Dan Borowski. And so Trump telling the region basically, chart your own destiny. We in the USA, we want to do business with you. We want peace and prosperity. We want to be your business partners, but we're not going to be all judgy and tell you how to live and what to do. It's popular over there. However, is it popular with you? Do you think that's a good strategy for Trump to say that? And you think about Afghanistan, you think about the Middle East, you think about Iraq. Also understand that in many of these countries, the truth is they're not happy with the fact that here in the USA, we as a superpower, we empower, right, Israel. We support Israel. And so I'm just asking for a friend, 855-839-1210, what you think about that. Dan, I did send you this morning, I don't know if you already had it, but I sent you this morning, President Trump, as he was meeting with business leaders. Speaking of which, a major ally, India. So this morning, and this is huge for the economy, and it goes to what I've talked a lot about with Trump investing in AI and winning the AI race. That's his end goal, or one of them. So Foxconn is the world's largest contract electronics manufacturer. As Trump has talked about, the chip makers, right? They now have the approval from the government in India to build this huge semiconductor plant. This is a joint venture with HCL Group, and it's a huge investment, $433 million. What does that mean?
They're building factories at levels we've never seen anything like it. And these are, 10 billion, 12 billion, 50 billion. I said, how do you spend 50 billion on a factory? We have the chip companies coming in from Taiwan. We have Jensen, as you know, coming in with 600 billion. We have actually the biggest company of them all. You know all about it. Coming in, that was a big Mr. Wei. I said, Mr. Wei, you're a smart man, aren't you? I never met him. And I said, because I understand you control 99% of the chips. Oh, yes, I do. I said, that's pretty good.
So he's been talking about, bringing manufacturing jobs back to America. I will say at this morning's roundtable with those business leaders, and this is in Doha, this is in Qatar. So to Trump's right, you see the biggity big, the CEO with Boeing. And remember, Trump is talking about Air Force One. He's talking about Boeing. He's talking about, getting a better, after 40 years of basically having a jalopy of Air Force One, getting a better Air Force One and an upgrade. But to his right is the CEO of Boeing. That's Kelly Ortberg, who you remember yesterday when he was mentioning the name Kelly. That's who he's referring to. And then to his left, the head of GE Aerospace, which is Larry Culp. So that's, at this biggity big, round table, if you will, with all these.
Boeing also got the jet fighter. We selected Boeing for the jet fighter, the state-of-the-art, highest level. It's an amazing looking plane. If it functions as well as it looks, I think we're going to have a big winner.
So, as he's meeting with now, bringing in American heads of business and uniting them, as they are obviously they're in the Middle East, right? They were in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh and now in Doha. And so you have Trump, you have all of these business leaders, but let us not forget the backdrop to this is that I told you this yesterday, that the news broke that in fact, I guess this is Steve Witkoff, as they had brokered this deal, at least they're getting the world leaders as far as Ukraine and Russia and getting some diplomacy. And this is the first time since Russia invaded Ukraine that we're hearing about a face-to-face meeting between leaders of or diplomats of Ukraine and Russia. And this, as Trump is talking about, we're not going to be making any nuclear dust in Iran. He wants to be strong, but he wants Iran to end their nuclear program. They are not allowed to have a nuclear weapon, saying this is real simple, that we'll do business with you, Iran, but you got to give up the nukes. And that's another huge headline that he has reiterated. Now, he said it yesterday. He just said it again this morning as he's at this roundtable with business leaders and referring to the violence of Iran. And essentially, he's not saying it as far as in a blunt matter, which is interesting to me, right? Because he's usually somebody who's not politically correct. But in this one, he's talking about negotiations for peace. That would be fantastic for everybody. And also, it would be fantastic for Iran. So this from Trump this morning, as he's saying, he's carefully wording things because he knows this is a delicate dance that he's trying to do, bring peace to the region, right? Peace deal with Israel now and get rid of Hamas and get rid of Iran having the nukes. And so will they, with the help of the royal families of the Saudis, as well as the Emirates, as well as the Qataris, right? That's what he's doing. He's putting pressure on Iran by doing major business with these countries. So while you may say, well, Dawn, why do you think this is a good thing? that he's sitting at the table with the royalty of these countries. And we don't like what may have allegedly been, we don't like the fact that the royal family allegedly may have been involved with that horrifying murder of an American journalist, right? But I'm simply saying his tactic is not a war machine. His tactic is that if he can entice the world's leaders to do business with America and bring forth prosperity for them as they've never seen before, that is his door to peace. That's how he does business. That's his MO. That's what he's doing here. This is not by mistake that he first cut these business deals with some of the most wealthy individuals, the Saudis, right? And now, where is he? Qatar, the Emirates. He's cutting all these huge, I mean, you're talking about more $1 trillion, right, in U.S. dollars with these individuals. So he's bringing prosperity and big bucks to their door, and he's using the power of that to put the pressure on Iran to denuke, and then his plan, obviously, is to wipe out Hamas's control and grip over Gaza. That's what he's doing here. That's my summary of it.
I disagree.
All right. Well, do you have the audio that I sent?
Yeah.
I mean,
but
he's saying
I think he's on a trip, Dawn, to get some design cues for that new ballroom he's going to put there in the White House. If you look over on your screen real quick, check out this beautiful shot here. This is the beautiful architecture of Al Noor Hall inside Abu Dhabi's Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. I got to say, it looks very similar to Trump's decorating, Dawn. It's beautiful, huh?
It is. It is. But around the corner, we'll get some of that. You'll hear from Trump himself this morning, because it's significant to put this all together and think about what he is doing. And we have never seen this in the history of, to my knowledge, the history of the world. This is unprecedented on the business stage and as well on the international stage, creating these alliances with business such that you can have the prosperity first, and that really paves the path for peace. That's what he's doing here. It's critical to understand his strategy. And as I just watch him, it's important, because I'm a people watcher. As I watch his body language, he's speaking very carefully. He's choosing his word. And this is not something that you and I know. We know Trump doesn't always do this. He usually speaks his mind. Sometimes you may criticize him that he says too much, right? That he's not careful enough. But in this one, trust me, he's correcting himself. He's choosing his words carefully. And I think that's because he knows that if he gets this right, so this is like golf. Do you know what I'm saying? He's got his game face on, if you will, because he knows that if he hits this right and he's making these business deals, he is literally before our eyes in real time, and it's happening in warp speed. His hope, I believe, is that by the end of this week, TikTok, here it is Thursday, by Monday, I think his hope is that he will be able to hold a news conference and say, we are well onto our way with diplomacy toward peace in the Middle East, with Israel and as well as Gaza, Hamas, etc. And on the other stage, Russia, Ukraine. I think that's his end goal. But as well, of course, he wants to he wants to make the economy great again. So that's what's going on.
I have
here.
him talking about that if you want that.
Yeah, I would love to hear.
Here you go.
And that's where we are right now. It's America. We'll put America first. But because we're putting it first, we're doing so well, there's going to be plenty left over to help the world. And we can help the world psychologically. So we think we're going to do well with Russia, Ukraine. 5,000 soldiers are being killed every single week on average. 5,000. And they're not from here, and they're not from the USA. They're from Ukraine and Russia. So some people would say, why are you bothering? Because these are 5,000 young people. Well, they're getting older because they've gone through so many that they are actually getting older. But these are 5,000 people that leave their home, wave goodbye to their parents. Their parents are so proud of them, their sisters, their brothers, and that's the last they ever see them. They're wiped out. And if you would see the satellite pictures, I get satellite pictures of that battlefield, and I want to tell you, I've never seen anything like that. I wish I never saw it. You have heads and arms and legs strewn all over the field, and you just take a look at that, and, you know, when you think 5,000 a week on average, and that's actually a low number. So we're going to see if we can end that. I was thinking about going, but it's very tough because of what we're doing today and tomorrow. But, you know, if something happened, I'd go on Friday if it was appropriate. But we have people right now negotiating, and I think that I just hope that Russia and Ukraine are able to do something, because it has to stop. Not only the money, we spent $350 billion there, just handed. Nobody even knows where the money, they just send them a check. There's no accounting, there's no one, just give him money. Every time he came, I have to hand it to him. I think he's the greatest salesman maybe in history. Every time he came to the United States, he'd walk away with $100 billion, you know. That's a good salesman, right? Even by your standards. This is a big standard right here. But that's a pretty good standard. No, he'd walk in, leave with $100 billion. Last time he didn't do as well. He only got $60 billion. And it was so easy. It was like taking candy from a baby. That was the last administration. This administration's been a little bit tougher. But would like to see it end, and I think we're going to have a chance at doing it.
And by the way, what I'm talking about, this live, you know, anybody could have taken the pool feed of it. It has about 40,000 viewers right now as I'm speaking. You know, just craving to watch what the president is saying. I don't believe the networks, for example, took this morning, about 27 minutes long. But what he's saying here is critical. That in just a short time, President Trump is saying that he is making great advances in job creation for America. He guesstimates we're talking millions of jobs being created in real time as he's speaking. But he's saying the business deals represent trillions of dollars in investment, and this is money that comes toward America. So as he, like I say, spinning plates, as he has, you just heard him say it, I reported this yesterday, peace negotiations, diplomats at the table in Turkey, in Istanbul, right now, as they try to go for a negotiated peace, Ukraine, Russia. Boom, you've got negotiators in the Middle East trying to negotiate a peace. And then you have Trump as well, at the same time, his goal to invest trillions, pumping money into the American economy. What does that do? Offsetting what he's saying as well is this huge cost that went unchecked, he says, toward paying for, you know, support of Ukraine, essentially. Dawn Stensland here, 855-839-1210. This is historic in nature. What we're seeing, we've never seen anything like this. I'm going to tell you, in the history of our nation, nearly 250 years, we've never seen anything like it. Trump is getting it done, he says. You say what? 855-839-1210. Remember, Paula Scanlon ahead. We'll talk Jersey politics, and we'll talk about the protection of girls and women in sports and the defiance of Trump's executive orders to protect them. Right around the corner.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Retirement. Exciting, but also kind of scary. How do you create that paycheck to do everything you want to do? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system. This is a test of the emergency alert system.
Test. This is a statewide required monthly test of the Emergency Alert System, originating from the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, Harrisburg. This is only a test.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
We've raised trillions of dollars in investments. There's never been anything like it. And just to finish, we have a country that now has, I think, Howard, we can say that at least $10 trillion of investment and potential investment. And if the past administration did $500 billion, it was like a lot. But we did it in 2 months because it's actually a little more than 3 months. But I always say the first month I had to get a little bit acclimated. So I didn't really do this the first, but when we started, so we've really been doing it, Susie, right, for 2 months. So in 2 months, we're going to have over $10 trillion. Nobody's ever come close. No country's ever come close.
So he's saying 10 trillion. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but that's his guesstimate, apparently. So we'll wait for all of that. Just responding to some of you, Bryn Mawr Builders, you know, and I love the chat in YouTube, so I hope you join us on that. But I will just say this, Joseph, Joe, I just did coin mega, right? Make our economy great again. But Bryn Mawr Builders talking about the writing of a check. Who writes checks anymore? I have to search for a checkbook if somebody wants a check. So I don't think that Trump was speaking in a literal fashion, but I think he was referencing the fact that even Zelensky had said there is some missing money apparently, and there's some money that was untraceable. It would appear that some things went over there. They actually don't have a way to track them, whether they're in materials, military materials, whatever. But on the other hand, it would appear that some money that was wired may have boomeranged back here to the U.S. to people, you know, in this country. So there's a lot there to go through. And I wanted to react. I forget. There was somebody else that I wanted to react, and I apologize. But Arthur Chapman, good morning. Yes, I think it was a timely speech. As much as Trump's Middle East audience, you say, was cautiously jubilant, we in the USA should recognize a positive future. And so, Arthur Chapman, thank you for that, because I appreciate, you reacting to that as well. We do have Paula Scanlon coming up, so I want to make sure I stay to time. And I'll ask her about, as far as Jack Chittarelli, we had Bill Spadia, got a ton of really unprecedented, I think, airtime. So I hope that you appreciated that. We had, I think, a lively chat, if you will. Some of you are ripping me, saying that I rudely interrupted. No, I did not interrupt. I'm an actual host and co-host on this station. So don't tell me I interrupted. I love that. The woman interrupted. Who is that woman? Who is that woman? Get me some coffee, honey. No, I did not interrupt. As a matter of fact, Nikhil had texted me and said, hey, I'm going to ask the first few questions, and then if you have a question, and then we'll take some callers. So I'm sorry we didn't get to all of our callers. I guess we had some technical problems. But maybe we can get Paula to talk a little bit about Jersey politics, what she sees as far as New Jersey voters and whether they're energized for the upcoming primary. And then, of course, the November election, where we're the, other than Virginia, we're the only state, but New Jersey's the only state with a gubernatorial election for governor, that is. So we'll talk about all that moving forward. Look forward to Paula Scanlon. You've heard me talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. I just had a Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed in our lower level, and the lower level has such poor ventilation. Ductwork is not great or non-existent. So that's why this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning has been a total game changer for us. Yes, Larry and I, we have to have a studio. It's a camera studio, audio, all that equipment. You cannot have this dank, troubled HVAC system with studio equipment, as you probably know. So that's why it's critical for us in our lives and in our job. So just visit my guys, Marvin E. Cans, marvinekanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you think of hot, you might think about the tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad, on any plan. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Offer available on My Plan. Only at Verizon.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at waynerealtypa.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Parks Racing and the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association invite you and your family to Preakness Stakes Day, Saturday, May 17th. Gates open at 10 a.m. for live horse racing. Free family fun from 1 to 5 in the Picnic Grove with moonbounce, face painters, and more. Plus food and beverage specials. Advance wagering on the Preakness Stakes begins Friday, May 16th. Preakness Stakes Day, Saturday, May 17th at Parks Racing in Ben Salem. Come play, win. Gates open 10 a.m. Post time 12:40. Details at parksracing.com. Must be 18 to wager at Parks Racing. 21 for casino gambling. Gamble number 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
What you want? That's all we want. A little respect, baby. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. A brilliant, talented, beautiful young lady who has my total R-E-S-P-E-C-T is Paula Scanlon. I don't do endorsements, but let me just say this. If Paula Scanlon runs for anything, Paula, you have my endorsement. I've never done it before ever in my life. But you've got it, Mama.
Thank you
How
so
are
much.
You? 100%.
I have to keep that in mind for a future I know nothing about.
Yes. No, I don't know how valuable that is, but I just thought because I do hope. It's so funny. I was just, and I forget, it was someplace that you wouldn't picture that people would talk about politics, and they said, is Paula Scanlon, or, is she going to run for any? She should really run. I wish she would really ask her if she's going to run. I said, I ask her every time. So it's cute. It's nice to have that kind of love and support. But Paula, right now, your title is External Director for Early Vote Action, Scott Pressler's group. And so I know that you've been working very hard with this. Can you just update us on the job and what you see for New Jersey? We're coming up, obviously, on the all-important primary as the External Director for Early Vote Action. What do you see happening, and what's your call to action?
Well, we see so much happening in this news cycle since January has been never ending, it feels like.
Yes.
Look, what we're trying to do in New Jersey is really just listen to the people. We're trying to hear what bothers them. We're trying to get on the ground and say, what do you need in leadership? And the common thread that we're finding is the Democrats have not done a good job leading New Jersey. People are leaving. The cost of things is so high, whether that's owning a home, whether that's renting, whether it's gas, whether it's groceries. Things are not affordable. A complaint I hear a lot about that ties to my personal experience is the woke ideology in the schools. The parents are very concerned about what's going on at these school boards, with boys being allowed to play girls' sports, with kids being transitioned without parental consent. Actually, funny enough, even New Jersey is the state where men first started being housed in women's prisons. And actually, a male prisoner impregnated female prisoners because he said he identified as a woman and got moved into the women's prison right in New Jersey. So those are the types of things we're seeing. And ultimately, I think the voters are tired of Democrats, and we're trying to tap into that, really talk to the people, and encourage them to get out and vote for a Republican. Obviously, once the primary plays out, we're going to be allied with whoever wins that Republican primary, and we're going to be registering voters for them and getting people turned out and getting people excited about better leadership in New Jersey.
And so as far as that goes, do you think that New Jersey, that there's this possibility that it will go red? I mean, even after the last election in November, there were people who said, wow, New Jersey might just be purple. Could they go red?
I absolutely think it can. I mean, any state that is as close as New Jersey was in the past election is a swing state territory, which really means the doors are opened. But what we're seeing is even since November, we can look at the results of November. Every single month, we've been trending in Republican registrations. Democrats are going down, and more people are registering as Republicans, which is, again, telling to the direction that people want to go in the country. And we've really met so many people through our work, and not just in New Jersey, but in other states like Pennsylvania, obviously, where we have a presence as well, that, have voted for Democrats and now feel like the party doesn't represent them, that the party does not help them, that they don't feel supported by Democrats. They don't feel Democrat leadership is functioning the way that they originally promised. And that's the trends that we've seen. So we can only see what happens. But what we're going to do is continue to register voters and make that margin tighter and tighter and tighter, so that come November, there really is an opportunity number-wise for a Republican to win.
And Paula, we heard you say it as far as you're trying to get, you're trying to up the registration, but Early Vote Action, or have you endorsed any specific candidate?
No, we have not. We have said from the very beginning when we get involved with this, we want a Republican governor for New Jersey. We want better leadership, and we are going to support whoever wins that Republican primary. I know that the news this week has been very interesting with Trump throwing out an endorsement.
Yes.
And, we're, of course, supportive of what the president believes, and he is I'm very actually ecstatic that he even felt the need to get involved in the Republican race in New Jersey, because it shows that there's a possibility there. It shows that it's on Trump's radar. So that, to me, is a huge win that he even gave any endorsement at all. But we are just committed to continuing to register voters. We encourage everyone to go out and vote in the primary and vote for the candidate they see best. And again, come June 11th, the day after the primary, we will be rallying behind whoever wins that Republican nominee and continue to register Republicans and get turnout for that candidate.
So let me ask you this, and I want to move on, but my final question is, the fact that we had one of the candidates just trying to get a feel for him, and even voters were allowed to ask questions. But is it the Republican candidates basically battling over who loves me more, almost like mom loves me more? The Republican candidates kind of debating as to who's more MAGA. Does that hurt or help in the general election coming up in November?
I think it hurts us, and I think that it's easier said than done. I know everyone has preferences, but what we're seeing in New Jersey, and I've heard from people saying that if their particular Republican candidate does not win, that they are not going to vote in November. And that is a sad excuse. That's exactly how we've gotten to the position that we're in. I think ultimately we need better leadership in New Jersey, which is why we've taken on this project. And for people to say, well, because my preferred person didn't win, I'm going to sit this out, it's incredibly self-centered. I mean, what's at stake here is the cost of living. What's at stake is people moving out of New Jersey. What's at stake is your young daughters playing sports against boys, or having your school transition your child behind your back. I mean, there's so much more at stake than just, I'm so upset my candidate didn't win. And so I don't care about who's more MAGA or whatever. What I care about and why I'm involved in this is, again, protecting people in this area, protecting the young girls that have gone through horrible things on sports teams, protecting families and making it affordable and desirable to live in New Jersey instead of having people, mass exodusing to Florida and other states, which is what New Jersey has seen in the last couple of years under a Democrat.
And so locally this week, and this has been going on, I've been reporting on in the Colonial School District, there is a biological male who's 18 years old who has fairly within, I believe, this individual's junior year in high school. This is Plymouth White Marsh, locally in Montgomery County, PW, changing from competing in boys sports and track, and now changing to being a female and winning these races. And in fact, I had reported, Paula, early in the year, one set of parents were suing on behalf of their daughter. And locally here, unfortunately, it was Judge Wendy Beetlestone. She had said, well, there's no real evidence that the girl who was beaten, and this was back in, I want to say, March, there wasn't evidence of her being damaged. And so the case could not go on. And didn't even think about the fact that maybe the girl who's a senior, maybe psychologically or emotionally, none of that was taken into account. But now this continues. And so just your thoughts on the fact that, I mean, you were there for the signing when Trump signed the executive order, when he signed all of this, at the White House. But it seems like in our region and across the country, there are individuals who are defiant against the law of the land and as well the will of the people.
Yeah, I mean, this is not surprising to me at all. I mean, the executive order signing was obviously a huge win. And I've said it so many times, I'm just so grateful to the Trump administration for their leadership on this. But yeah, of course, there's going to be people that are going to break the rules. And unfortunately, it's happening at lower scale things. I think in a lot of ways, I'm grateful for the experience I went through because the male athlete that was on my team went on and won an NCAA championship, which is high coverage. I mean, people watch NCAA championship meets and across all the different sports. But in these high school levels, there's not a lot of coverage. There's not a lot of representation. There's not a lot of people on the ground there to protect these female athletes. And so it's incredibly upsetting. And I think this is where it comes to all the people listening right now. If you see this happening in your area, raise awareness, reach out to us on social media, reach out to so many different organizations that have popped up to support female athletes. You just mentioned a lawsuit. That is great. You should be suing. Even if you end up losing and the judge is not in your favor, it still raises awareness to the situation. And now we really have to keep fighting this because people think that the issue is over because of the executive order. And the truth is that it's not. And there are going to be people in every single state trying to break the rules because I don't know why they're so obsessed with this, but for some reason they truly believe that little boys can play on girls' sports teams, and if they say that they're a girl, then they're good to go, which obviously is unacceptable. So that's really what it comes down to, so keep raising awareness of these stories, and I think that you're going to have to win this in the courts, and I think, again, I think lawsuits are probably the only solution. I don't know if you see something better, but that's the way I see it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, in the latest race that just happened, the biological male who's a senior, who is 18 years old, who's well over 6 feet tall, as a biological male, defeated a freshman girl several years younger and obviously much smaller. The amazing thing with this, Paula, it shows you how fast the freshman girl is, because in truth, the freshman girl lost to the biological male, the 18-year-old, only by, I believe it was 0.15 seconds. So an nth of a second, basically. I mean, you can relate to this as a swimmer. This is in a 200-meter track race at a Pennsylvania high school meet. It shows you how fast this, to me, that's what I read from it. You tell me, you're the great athlete. But, so your advice to this family of this girl, who's, they're upset about it. The community's upset about it, is to speak out. And what's your advice?
I would absolutely say speak out about it. And if you're in a position where it's possible, I do think that we have to sue, unfortunately. And that is, it's a challenge to take on these things. But again, if your state government isn't going to stand up for you. I mean, Pennsylvania, right? You have Shapiro, who's stated multiple times He will never sign legislation to protect girls' sports. And he was the Attorney General of Pennsylvania when I was experiencing this, and I certainly didn't see him caring that Leah Thomas was beating every single girl in the league and winning an NCAA championship and prancing around our locker room. He certainly didn't care. And so if you're in a state where your leadership isn't willing to do this, unfortunately, you have to go the media route. You have to file a lawsuit, and you have to again, make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else. And that's really it's a big burden to take on, especially for a young girl and her family. But what I will say is everyone is behind you, and truly, even 67% of Democrats admitted by the New York Times don't agree with this issue. I mean, even Democrat voters do not want this. And so I think what it comes down to is you have the support of the majority of people in this country, and if you go and do that, you'll be met with so much more support than you will hate. And especially in the current climate we're in now, things have really changed. I mean, a couple of years ago, it was so much harder to speak out, and now, again, there's support for female athletes to do this, and know that you are supported if you experience this injustice and choose to speak out.
Oh, it's a beautiful message. Yeah, as well, there was a report locally. There were some girl athletes wearing T-shirts that said "Protect Girls Sports," and they were forced by officials at one of these track meets here in Pennsylvania, at least, and I believe there was a case in California where they were told they had to remove the T-shirts, to protect girls' sports. So we're, I guess at the local level, the battle continues.
Definitely, and it always will. And I think this is the case with most things, right? There's always people who are breaking the law, whether it's this issue or another issue. But what it really comes down to is accountability, and you need to hold these people accountable. And there are wonderful leaders in Pennsylvania. I mean, the Pennsylvania State Senate just passed a bill to protect women and girls sports. I mean, I know it's going to be squashed by the governor and other higher-ups, but there are people who are there in positions of power that want to protect girls and women in sports. And I think also continuing to elect those individuals. Don't elect somebody in your whether it's your local government or whether it's even your town politics that has these radical ideas, because again, even Democrats don't agree with this. There is no excuse right now to elect a Democrat that for some reason still thinks boys belong in women's sports. This should be nonpartisan. The majority of people agree, and so it's time to put people in positions of power as well that have that shared stance that, again, the majority of Americans are behind.
Paula Scanlon, as always, you're getting a lot of great reaction as well in our YouTube chat and in social media. Thank you so much for coming on. Until next time, my friend. Thank you, Paula Scanlon.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys.
Paula Scanlon, External Director for EVA, Early Vote Action. And I know some of you in the YouTube chat were commenting that, that's a shame if Republicans can't just unify whoever wins our primary. And that's why Scott Pressler, Early Vote Action, they are not endorsing any particular candidate because they're saying they want the voters to decide. They're not telling you who to vote for. But after the primary, after June 10th, everybody come together. And so, Paula Scanlon, I know that you have some great. No, John asked, did somebody get their feelings hurt? Dan, Jimmy, did somebody get their feelings hurt?
He's talking about an argument in the chat between BMB and Joe. Yeah.
Okay, got it. I just love that EKZ called me a honey badger. That's my favorite thing. Honey badger. Honey badger don't care. Remember those things that used to go viral and the guy used to voice it? Honey badger. She don't care. I used to love that stuff. Anyway, love you guys. 855-839-1210. Your honey badger reporting live. If you'd like to comment, we have a lot to talk about, a lot breaking, and we'll get back to it right around the corner.
Gone like a cool breeze.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
The working families of Laona Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, another hearing, and we have all of these congressional hearings as they try to fix our infrastructure. Where did all the infrastructure money go? But here's Sean Duffy as he's testifying and explaining how they're going to fix the air traffic controller situation, make our skies safe. Listen in.
The system we currently use, it truly is 25, 35, 40 years old in some places. We should have paid way more attention to it as a country. We've let it age, and now we're seeing the cracks of that age play out in real time for us. I believe the system is safe. There are multiple redundancies throughout the system that keep people safe, even the frustrations in Newark. When we've slowed traffic down, the key is not efficiency, the key is safety. And so when we slow traffic, it's about keeping people safe. When they take off, we want them to land at their destination. And so we'll make sure that we have a flight load that matches the system and the number of controllers that we have on duty. But with that said, I agree with America's frustration. No one likes delays. No one likes cancellations. Love airports, but I don't want to spend 4 hours in an airport waiting to see if my flight's going to take off. And I think that's the feeling of so many Americans. And I think this is a moment in time that we can all work together to make the critical investments and execute on those investments safely, but in a really fast time frame. We can't wait 5, 10, 15 years to do this. The build can't take 10 or 15 years. We have to do this at an expedited speed. And if we do that, I think this is a moment in time we're going to be able to pay these investments forward, not just for everyone here, but we're going to pay it forward for future generations. And we can build an air traffic control system. I use the example.
So that's Sean Duffy as he's on the hot seat, as he's also defending his decision to move his wife, Rachel Campos Duffy, from a flight that was to take off from Newark Liberty International Airport. And he moved that to one departing from LaGuardia. So he's on the hot seat about that. I'll tell you why I think that's ironic. The Democrats would ask him that question and accuse him of something. So we'll talk about that and his answer. Up ahead, we will bring you back to a local story, a father's heartbreak, and a South Jersey native a South Philadelphia native, now South Jersey resident, who is a great mom and a great friend of mine. So you'll hear from her as well. We'll be right back.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been with Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Every morning, 6 a.m., I start out with the news, reporting on the tragedies that happen, often involving young people, often innocent victims caught in crossfire. In the case of one 15-year-old kid, a great kid, a loved child, Sean Toomey. This was 3 years ago. And as a boy mom, a mom of boys, I cannot even imagine the pain and the anguish over such a senseless shooting of this beautiful, beautiful boy, right? Because my friend Anne-Marie Muldoon, we talk all the time. She has Daniel. I have David and Michael. We talk about our beautiful boys, right? And that heartache and that grief, it just never could go away. You try to wrap your brain around it. And so as a parent, all you want, I guess, at that point is justice. To bring forth the killers who just in a cold-blooded killing back in March of 2022 gunned down an innocent child for no good reason. And where is the justice? And where are the proper headlines? That's really that's a small thing to ask for, is it not? To just ask for justice. And yet, the city of Philadelphia, in my humble opinion, and maybe my next guest can tell you as well, the city of Philadelphia has delayed justice. And I just feel that it's a sin that any parent, any family should have to even travel to Harrisburg to demand justice, to demand some kind of a due process by which, in a timely manner, you get that justice. That justice has been delayed for a grieving father, and this is the father of Sean Toomey. I know that 2 teenagers have been charged, but it just sure feels like justice has been dragging its feet here in Philadelphia, something that Anne-Marie and I talk about often, as well as many of you other, especially in our moms group and our group chats we've talked about. But I just want to bring on and update you on the case, talk about the dragging of the feet of justice, if you will. And this is the district attorney's office has the choice, could bring forth this kind of justice. And so let's talk about it with a grieving father, with Sean Toomey's dad, as well as talking to Anne-Marie Muldoon as well this morning. It really is a heartbreaking case to me, and one that is an absolute ridiculous situation that we've had this delayed. Good morning.
Good morning, Dawn.
You know, you and I talk about it. We talk about it with your childhood friend, Joanne. You've even gone to court, Anne-Marie, as, you know, just in support, because this is a good family, and Sean was just a great kid. Can you tell us just first of all, you know, how the Toomey family's doing, and as well just updating us on justice delayed for this family?
Dawn, John is on the line with us.
I wasn't sure, so I didn't want to, you know, promise that. John, thank you for being here, John, and I'm so sorry and sad. We pray for you and pray for justice in this. But can you update us on the latest of, you know, what's happening here?
All right, Dawn. Again, thank you very much for having me on your show, shining some light on this. I've never done the research or the homework comparing Philly to other cities with respect to how long a trial takes. I had no idea. Originally, the trial was set for St. Patrick's Day, just passed, March 17th. Then it was pushed forward to approximately a week or two after that, in late March sometime, and then again pushed again. So I've talked to the assistant DA Wainwright. He's the one he's the one that's prosecuting this case. Also, I have a phone number for the families of victims to call. I called that number before. I talked to them some months ago, but both numbers I'm not getting no. Again, I just want to know. I want to know the status of things.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know what's going on, and I haven't received any callback yet.
And that's something that you have spoken out, even on the behalf of other victims' families, that, you know, just saying that in particular, this DA's office has not been as, let's say, reactive or sensitive to the victims' rights as it is seemingly the perpetrators or alleged perpetrators' rights. Is that something you feel is still ongoing? Because I know you've talked about it, John, in the past. Would you say it's gotten better or worse?
Well, I know it hasn't gotten any better, and I remember, again, I'm not sure how many years ago, Krasner made a statement with respect to he doesn't like to see mass incarceration. I'm pretty sure I'm quoting him on that. Mm-hmm. Now, my point was, you have the docket, you have a list of names that you're meant to prosecute. That's what your job is. Mm-hmm. I mean, as far as, you know, a bunch of individuals lined up to be prosecuted, I mean, that just is what it is. You know, whether it's a city or some township out in Upper Buck somewhere. I mean, you know, we all have our job to do. But again, I have, I'm in the dark right now. You know, I just like a simple phone call back. I think I've called 2 or 3 times. I used to have rapport with Mr. Wainwright. We were going back and forth, and then maybe he's real busy. I do not know. And the other individual from the prosecutor's office, I spoke to them a month ago, and I called several times recently, and again, it's the same game.
And so for the suspects who've been charged, and they're now adults at this point. They were 17 at the time they were arrested, but obviously this is going back years. And so Daniel Gardee and Sahir Teagle, they've been charged with your son's murder. And so what's taking so long? What are the delays in this trial?
Well, again, what I was told was, it was from Mr. Wainwright, and this was some months back, that the defense is pushing for more time. It always comes down to it, and again, I mean, another year isn't going to make any difference. It's going to upset a lot of people, but what was done is done. I don't know how much more time they need. It's already been over 3 years.
Right.
How much more time they need to prepare, and it's not going to make any difference. So again, I'm in the dark. I'm in the dark again.
Dawn, can I say something here?
Of course, Anne-Marie.
I do believe there's no reason to delay this trial other than the fact that there's an election next week.
Mm-hmm.
I am sticking to that with my whole heart, because if John is on the news every night and this case gets brought to the forefront again, people have short memories.
Mm-hmm.
They don't remember 3 years ago. They don't remember what happened. If he comes out and Channel 6, 10, 3, Fox 29 have his face on every night, and John can speak the way he does against Krasner,
Mm-hmm.
that is going to hurt Larry Krasner next week in the election. And I believe that is the only reason for the delay. There is no way that the DA's office has not gotten a case ready in 3 years.
Yeah, but it's bizarre, because you would think, if you knew, I mean, obviously when the upcoming elections are, so why not get that done a year ago? I mean, why, so then my question is do you believe, or do you have a fear that somehow these charges will be downgraded somehow because we've seen this before, where all of a sudden it's downgraded.
How can they downgrade murder, Dawn? I mean, they have a witness that was with them not even, 20 minutes ahead of time, who left because they attempted to rob somebody at gunpoint at an ATM. And then that kid got scared, took off, went home. And after they murdered Sean, they came into that house and basically said, excuse me for saying this, sorry, John, that white boy squealed like a pig.
Oh.
So how can they not have this case ready? How can they have that not ready?
Yeah.
It fires me up as a mom, as you were talking about. It has changed the way I parent, because I've known the Toomeys out back from my driveway. My son used to play in that driveway when he was little and I was working, and he would be out there with the babysitter. It has changed every time my son walks out the door for me.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you as a city resident. I agree with you. I'm trying to wrap my brain around this. I have covered trials with this particular DA, where they've changed something from, one thing to like first-degree murder. They try to, play with that because you get less time. And so I didn't know if that was something that you feared was on the table, or what the motivation is. I suspect that in part this has to do with a high turnover rate, which we have heard about. But John, I'm inferring from you that this is at least one of the ADAs on the case has consistently been here. So maybe it's the turnover rate with regard to the accused perpetrators, the accused killers, their court-appointed attorneys. Maybe they've had a high turnover. Is that part of it?
John, John share that information that you just told me
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
about one of the kids has a private attorney.
Has a private attorney.
Yes.
Yes.
So how are they paying for a private attorney?
I think I could answer that question just by a little bit of research that I've done online. One of the kids is very well connected with a musician.
Oh, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And he's up and coming.
Okay.
And I've seen some of the dialogue back and forth, and I think that that's where the money's coming from.
Got it. So
I can't be 100% certain, but that's what I read.
So what is next as far as, and it should not be incumbent upon a grieving father who has been through this hell, and it should not be incumbent on the community, supportive community. But what is next for you? Do you have plans to, hold? I know you've had a lot of community support, different rallies or community events. What's next?
Well, the next thing is I'm going to be going down there pretty soon. I mean, it's I'm kind of limited what I can do over the phone, and if I go down there personally, first off, it's going to draw a lot more attention. I just want people to talk, just that's all I want. I want, and I want answers, and I want someone to take responsibility. All right, Mr. Toomey will be on this date and time, and things just to follow through. I mean, nothing's going to bring my boy back to me, but at least this closes a certain chapter when it comes to when it comes to it. A friend of mine by the name of Chucky Maud, his son was older than my boy. He was in his early 20s. He was gunned down in Kensington. He doesn't know who did it. Now, at least I know there will be closure to this thing. But this individual, they never found the shooter. So, I mean, it's families are just stuck, with the burden, basically what it comes down to.
Yeah. We're coming up on graduation season for Anne Marie, and that's what we talk about, our sons, graduating high school, moving on, that sort of thing. For you, I believe Sean would have been graduating high school. What's your message? And I know sometimes the DA's office, ADAs, they're listening. What do you want to say, John, since they're not returning your phone calls or your inquiries as far as what's going on? What's your message to them?
My message is don't forget my boy. Okay? He meant the world to me. He was a good kid, never got in any trouble. And just remember, and what I represent is regular families in this city. It's regular working class families, just trying to raise your kids, doing the best we can. And again, like I said before, we demand something from government, and that is, people should be held accountable, and that's it.
Well, Sean Toomey, let us know if there's anything we can do to support you. I know you have a lot of support in this space, but our love to you, John, our prayers with you. Anne Marie, love you, girl. And we'll be.
Thanks, Dawn.
Oh, thank you so much.
Dawn, can I just say one
Sure,
thing
of
as
course.
we do head into the election for your listeners?
Yes.
I think you know that Pat Dugan is a cousin's cousin to me, and I've known him since I'm a little kid. And I told you the story in Italy. The man held me on his shoulders when he was 17 and I was 8 for 3 hours while we watched the Pope because I couldn't see. He's a good guy. He's been a good guy. And if everybody could just get out on Tuesday and vote, that would be amazing. And maybe that would be some restitution for John also.
Anne Marie, John Toomey, thank you so much. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
God
you.
bless.
God bless. I can't even imagine what he's been through, and to have to fight this, I don't understand. I really don't.
Yeah.
And by the way, Larry Krasner, he's a dad. Like I just don't get it as far as these kinds of delays, and I think part of it is as well. I just, from what I hear from insiders, there's this turnover and turmoil, and it's just, geez, the victims' families pay the price. It's just,
For a guy who hides
Devastating.
behind just a blanket of morality, like that's how he tries to rule, right? He often says, oh, I'm moral, this is the way I want to go. And then you look at a father like this, who's been now years suffering from this chapter that he just can't close, because a guy who preaches humanity and, morality doesn't even consider the emotions of this victim here. So it's so devastating. It really is.
It is. It's, it doesn't make sense. And it's something, though, that it's this story. Unfortunately, this is not unique. For years, I feel like it's deja vu with victims' families.
Yep.
And so this is a pattern. And so we want to just, first of all, in all seriousness, if you're listening and you're with the DA's office, call this man back. Just return his phone call. You can have an off-the-record conversation if you wish. Call this man back. Show him a little respect. He's been through hell. His son murder on Mulberry Street in Philadelphia. His son, taken from him in that moment. It's a sin. Call him back now. 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break, reset. We've got a lot of breaking news, a lot to update you on. Thanks for being here.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-380-9012. 800-380-9012. Again, that's 800-380-9012.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else. The perfect Father's Day gift.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July
11th. And with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Get high-quality furniture, your style, your way at Bucks County Estate Traders. Explore their massive Hatfield showroom featuring 16,000 meticulously inspected pieces. And for a truly custom look, ask about their expert upholstery service. Their talented team can breathe new life into your chosen piece, and their industry-leading staff provides a world-class guided experience. Find your perfect furniture perfectly customized, plus every item has a QR code to make shopping seamless. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I like this. It's a nice little jam.
I like that.
How you doing?
How you doing?
So all day, I look at the business channels.
Yeah.
And so the Dow was down slightly, but now it's that's nice. It's up slightly.
Yeah.
So I think this week we've seen the readjustment. You know what I mean? We were the Dow was down, and we were all looking at our 401ks going, making that face, that eek face, the eek emoji.
The emoji eek,
right?
yeah.
The eek. And so, I'm so glad. So it was good. We're not talking about China and trade.
Yeah. Hey.
Thursday.
So there's a House session going on. They're considering the second of 3 law enforcement-related bills during National Police Week, Dawn. Rashida Tlaib is now going viral. Made a stand, and during her time speaking, this happened, Dawn. Take a watch.
I pray that the ongoing Nakba against the Palestinians will end. And one day they will be free.
From Hamas? Rashida, from Hamas?
Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about something that's happening right here in our backyard in regards to the Congressional Mamas Caucus, though.
The Congressional Mamas Caucus.
Oh, that's something new.
I like that. Mama Caucus. Is that the MAGA Mama Caucus? She's a Michigan Democrat, and her phony little tears. Here's a thing that she says she's praying for the Palestinian people, I guess. So that's a good thing that she's hoping that they will be freed from the grip of Hamas, because let's face it, since this situation has been going on, remember this? I reported at the time, we saw Palestinians over there, like real Palestinians, not the fake ones on our American college campuses of, privileged kids who I somehow can afford like 60 to 80 plus K for Ivy League schools, not the fake ones. But I'm talking about the real people in Gaza. We saw them, as this goes on, more and more have said that Hamas does not speak for them. We've seen that. We've seen them protest and push back. Remember that even though you may say, well, Dawn, wait a minute, they elected Hamas. Okay, the last election was something like, I think it was 16, 17 years ago. So Hamas, once they got into power, they stopped all the little, elections. So they're not duly elected as far as, every 2 years, every 4 years, every year. That's not what's going on. So, I guess she's saying that maybe they'll be freed from the grip of Hamas.
We acknowledge their trauma and their painful loss of their connection to family members, to land, to the beautiful olive groves, and 400 Palestinian villages that they all grew up in.
I imagine she's speaking about the people who've lost connection with the families because they're dead, because they were taken hostage where they've been for well over 500 days. I hope that she's talking as well, including the murdered Israeli Jews, right?
The government continues to illegally steal Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank where my family lives. They illegally evict Palestinian families, Mr. Speaker, and demolish homes and deny Palestinians basic human rights. We honor those all around the world. I want them to know that Congresswoman Cori Bush and I see you. We know the suffering. We know that there's lasting harms of settler colonialism as well as ethnic cleansing and apartheid. There are days that I feel so alone in this chamber as the only Palestinian American serving in Congress. The dehumanization and the anti-Palestinian racism here is painful.
I got more if you want it, but
I've had it. Hey, let's take a vote. Have we all had enough?
I think so.
No, here's the bottom line on this. If you're a Michigan Democrat and you voted for this individual and all she's talking about is where her family's from, she's not talking about you, Michigan, right? She's not talking about you, Americans. So, girl, go ahead. Why don't you go start a congressional mama caucus over in your, I say in air quotes, home country? Because that's all you're talking about. All she's talking about is another country. I think she's a duly elected official in this country, but she's not talking about representing people here. So what are you doing? You know what I mean? I just think this individual is a mess. I hope the next time the elections come around that her constituents say, they're in Michigan's 12th district. I hope that she loses, because I think these progressives, these individuals do not have a winning message. And she is among those Dems who, she's the reason that the Democrat Party is in disarray, because these far left progressives and these individuals who, talk about their home, not America. Yeah, I think if I voted for her, which of course I never would and never did, ever, even, I don't know, if I were like drugged in a coma.
What would it take for Dawn Stadsland to vote for Rita Sheehan?
But I'm just saying, I would even think if you're a Democrat in her district, you would think, wow, she doesn't represent me. What is she fighting for? Is she fighting for talking about taxation or making the economy great again? What the heck? She introduced, what's this? Here's something she did. Okay, maybe you'll be happy if you're a person from Michigan, because we actually had a caller from Michigan the other day. Here's something she did. She introduced a resolution for the United States to recognize Nakba, Nakba. So there is something that she did. Nakba. The Nakba never ended. Did you know this? I'm serious. Do you even know what that is?
No, explain.
Okay. So she says, today we are witnessing the Israeli apartheid regime carry out genocide in Gaza to mark 77 years of the ongoing Nakba against Palestinians. I am introducing a resolution in Congress. So this is her thing that she's pushing for.
Campaign to erase Palestinians from existence is happening right now, live streamed for all of us to see, while the world sits and does nothing. Palestinians were right. The Nakba never ended. Across Gaza, the medical system has been deliberately destroyed. The Israeli government is using starvation as a weapon of war, which is a war crime. The thousands of trucks carrying food and life-saving aid sit blocked at the border while Palestinian families starve. Instead of agreeing to a ceasefire, war criminal Netanyahu is now preparing a full-scale assault to ethnically cleanse and forcibly expel the entire.
So part of this is, the whole thing is, that Trump has said we don't deal with terrorists and Hamas has got to go. That's what's really going on. Hamas, if you want to free the Palestinians, so-called, if you want to free them, the people, the residents of Gaza, then surrender, because they're not going to let Hamas stay in power. Hamas is still fighting. They still want to stay in power. That's number one. Nakba is the Arabic word for catastrophe. That's number one. Number two, remember what Trump said? Everybody seems to forget this, and perhaps she has forgotten this. Remember what Trump said, where he said that they should rebuild all of Gaza. Essentially that it's a dump, and they need to rebuild everything. It's a disaster. And in part because of what Hamas did and this war and whatever, but it's a war zone. It's crumbled up concrete everywhere you look. It's a mess. And so Trump had talked about that. He had said, we need to rebuild this. And he talked about the Palestinian people. He said, they're people. They deserve to live in a high quality environment. They deserve that. So he did speak about this. Not that she or any Democrats really want to hear anybody say that. I don't really remember any American president saying such a thing. But he's saying, because remember his background as a builder, as a developer, but he's saying rebuild it. Make it beautiful. Make it a beautiful place to live. And what he's really saying, Dan, have you seen Charlie Wilson's War yet?
No.
Have you seen that movie? He's, the whole theme of it is based on the true story. But essentially what he realizes is that for the next generation, right now they have an opportunity. Hamas terrorists, they're going to leave, right? They're going to eradicate them. And then they're going to denuke Iran. And so what he's really saying is Trump is pushing for a lasting peace in the Middle East. And this is the theme of this show, really, is we played a lot of sound from Trump speaking at today's business meeting, a roundtable that he's holding in Doha, but with some of the biggest American industry leaders, GE, Boeing, etc., are all there. And so what he's talking about, a lasting peace, he has in detail described the fact that, and because he understands that children nowadays, and the majority of the residents who still are alive, who are still there in Gaza, there was a stat that came out, they're all young. So you have an opportunity now to make a change where they don't hate Americans, where they don't hate the rest of the world, and they're not brainwashed by terrorists. That's the opportunity they have. That's what Trump is saying. Bring in education and rebuild and make it a beautiful place to live so that these individuals don't live in this dilapidated area where they have no education and they are indoctrinated by terrorists who just hate us. That's why Trump has said rebuild Gaza and let these children, all of them, girls and boys, go to school. So that's my take.
Now, just to sum this up in a nutshell, you want me to move Israel toward a partnership with Egypt, Pakistan, and Afghanistan.
And Saudi Arabia.
Well, just a couple of problems I can foresee.
So thank you. Dan is so quick with these. I love it. That's from the movie Charlie Wilson's War, based on a Texas Republican politician, thus the name Charlie Wilson. Anyway, it has to do with his philosophy of what it would take to bring forth Middle East peace, what happens, and if you watch it, and if you read about it, then you understand we tend to repeat history and just make the same mistakes over and over. Trump is trying to change that. 855-839-1210. Be right back. I've been reporting from the Piazza Premium Automobiles studio and the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City combines true luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find that luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive. Schedule it behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or you can always shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The forecast remains unsettled as we finish off the work week. It remains cloudy today, chance for a scattered shower or storm with a high around 76. Tonight, a shower or storm possible early, otherwise cloudy with fog developing overnight, low 66. And a warm and humid day on Friday. Mostly cloudy with scattered showers and a possible thunderstorm with a high near 80.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The American people never forget that our service members and their families make incredible sacrifices each and every day so that all Americans can be safe and be free, and we love our amazing military families. Our military families are as good as you can get. The men and women here today are part of a noble tradition of service that has been passed down from one generation of Americans to the next, and your spirit and courage and sacrifice has always been there when we needed you the most. You're always there when we need you the most.
So President Donald J. Trump this happened, I think, about maybe 5 hours ago, 4 or 5 hours ago, this all started, but you should have seen this. I mean, just such an energetic reception as he was arriving at the U.S. military base in Qatar. Live music, a stadium-like atmosphere, all the troops dressed in camouflage, and just erupted. Standing ovation.
I love they still using this song everywhere he goes. It's great. Yeah, that's him coming out there, Dawn.
So he comes out, and just the cheers, the support, and the appreciation. Now, from what I'm seeing, as far as this goes, from what I understand, not all of the military members, I guess they were a little bit, apparently they were caught off guard as far as they weren't told in advance, apparently, or not everybody was. This is Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. And, he comes out, he does this, Trump dance. The crowd goes wild. It's just a sea. When you look out here, I don't know how many, it just shows you how many of our great military men and women are serving overseas and in the Middle East, because it's a huge amount of people. But a little bit of I don't know, they're saying online, because we have online reaction to it. And some of the reaction have never seen a more proactive president. God bless the president, greatest of all time. So this is your, military, as far as your military support, and then military families jumping on. Just incredible as he was, talking to the troops, addressing a message, thanking them. And I don't think he was there for a long time.
You want some more of that?
Yeah, I would love it.
My trip is 4.5 days, but this is the one I was so looking forward, because I'm with the people that I really love and respect. We love and respect you. This is what you're doing, the service you do for your country. You keep us safe. There is no more important profession. And I was so proud to see those reports coming in just a few days ago saying that the enrollment is at the highest level ever, especially when I had to suffer running against a group of people that were very inappropriate, where they allowed that reputation of what you stood for and what you stand for to deteriorate to a point where we weren't able to recruit. So just remember this, you have a job now that everybody wants. Everybody wants to be doing what you're doing. It's a special job, and I'm so proud. When I saw those numbers come across the board that we set the record for enrollment in the military, and we took that from the exact opposite just 6 months before. I was very, very proud of that. We have a great country. We have a proud country. We have a country that's respected all over the world. And as I said before, a year ago we were laughed at, but nobody's laughing at our country anymore. We're the most respected country anywhere in the world. And thank you very much, and enjoy your lives, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So there is President Trump. There's a big banner, Peace Through Strength, Al Udeid Air Base, Qatar. Pete Hegseth, Defense Sec, he spoke first, riled up, in a good way, I guess.
It is to be here amongst America's best alongside our allies. I look out into this audience and I truly see the eyes of American strength, the eyes of American deterrence, the eyes of Americans who put America first. So on behalf of a grateful nation, I want to thank you for your willingness to take the prime of your life to raise your right hand to defend our Constitution and our great nation. We salute you. We thank you and your families these 6,000 or 7,000 miles away.
So just an incredible reception, huge American flags, up here in this auditorium, and the crowd just cheering, like I said, for Trump, standing ovation.
I know our men and women in uniform love to hear this, Dawn, from the president. Ready?
But the real strength of our military doesn't come from its fighter jets. It really comes from our people. That's you. It comes from our people. You're unbelievable people. The aptitude and all of the things you have to do what you do. You know, I look at some of those engines, and I'm a pretty smart cookie. I would tell you I'm real smart. And I'd look at you, and you take those engines apart and put them back together blindfolded and fix them up. It's amazing what you're able to do. And then to fly them, just incredible. You're incredible. You're a very special group of people. And that's why in my 2026 budget includes across the board. Maybe you don't want it. Look, for the good of the country, you don't have to take it. Pay raises for each and every one of you, substantial pay raises. But you don't have to take it.
Nice. At one point, you know, and you can tell, I feel it's genuine when President Trump says to them, I was looking forward to this. Because, you know, he's at all of these events. He has to be very careful what he says, follow the protocols. Even if Melania Trump, our great first lady, is not there, I just suspect before they left, she's like, and Donald, remember on page 24 of the etiquette page, remember, you do not shake the hand of the wife. You nod and you smile like you do with beautiful eyes. But Donald, remember the book.
It's right next to the how to eat an artichoke correctly.
How to eat an artichoke.
It's actually something we had in our manual, our etiquette manual for our fraternity, was directions on how to eat an artichoke correctly.
You make me laugh. You know, go ahead.
No, so I just tying everything together. Your message leading off was that one of Trump's biggest priorities in his trip to the Middle East, and even through his workings with Russia and Ukraine, is ending conflicts throughout the world, not starting them. And he actually commented about that. It's only about 30 seconds. Here you go, Don.
As president, my priority is to end conflicts, not start them. But I will never hesitate to wield American power if it's necessary to defend the United States of America or our partners. And this is one of our great partners right here. When we're threatened, America's military will answer our enemies without even thinking about it. We have overwhelming strength and devastating force. As president.
So he also, when he first got up there within like the first 5 minutes, it was kind of funny because he said, I want to thank you. It's an honor to be in front of this beautiful group. And, this is Trump. He's complimenting them, but he looks out and he says, I wish I looked like you. I would have been president 20 years ago if I looked as good as you.
That's amazing.
So he's always conscious of that, right? Conscious of, and that's the television side of him and the businessman. If I looked as good as you, I wouldn't have had to wait. I would have been president 20 years earlier. It's funny. But he did also, another headline, apparently during, I believe, this speech, which is interesting to me, that he mentioned this stand on India-Pakistan. So apparently there's ceasefire mediation. So apparently it was during this speech, which is interesting to me, that he clarified. He said that he did not mediate, but he helped in the resolution of that. So that's interesting to me, and I wonder what happened. I always wonder when I hear him say something like that. I think, okay, what's the backstory that he specifically because he's dealing with another situation. Obviously, this has to do with.
I don't want to say I did, but I sure as hell helped settle the problem between Pakistan and India last week, which was getting more and more hostile. And all of a sudden you'll start seeing missiles of a different type. And we got it settled. I hope I don't walk out of here and 2 days later find out that it's not settled, but I think it is settled. And we talked to them about trade. Let's do trade instead of do war. And Pakistan was very happy with that. And India was very happy with that. And I think they're on the way. They have been fighting for about 1,000 years in all fairness. So I said, I can settle that up. I can settle anything. Let me set it up.
And so the reason he's saying this is because apparently India's leaders have felt a little betrayed. So there's some back and forth diplomacy. So I think he's trying to mitigate some things that he said earlier. I think that's what's going on.
Hey, Dawn.
Yes.
Before we get to Dom, can I offer some piece of advice?
Sure.
Yes, the proper way to eat an artichoke. First, pull off the outer leaves one by one. Dip the base of the leaf into sauce or melted butter. Then use your teeth to scrape off the edible soft flesh at the base of the leaf. Discard the rest of the leaf. Once you reach the center, remove the hairy choke with a spoon and discard it. The artichoke heart is then ready to be eaten, either by itself or cut into pieces and dipped into sauce. You're welcome. Now you know the proper way to eat an artichoke. Dawn, I know you knew that, but now our audience does as well.
Never use your teeth, though. 'Cause you'll break
No?
the enamel. Yeah, don't use your teeth. Use a tool or your fingers. Artichokes are very good for you.
Yeah?
This brings us back full circle to Dr. Casey Means Good Energy. However you peel an artichoke, just eat it because it's very good for you.
You like spinach artichoke dip as an appetizer?
I do.
Yeah, me too.
It's very fattening, though.
Yeah.
Trying to lose that
Is it
weight.
really?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's why I'm putting on weight. Too much
Yeah.
spinach artichoke dip.
Gotta lose that weight before David's big graduation.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe I'll walk with Dom.
Ooh.
You know.
Eating artichoke
Do
hearts?
some power steps.
Dom's a big artichoke fan.
Yeah, artichoke is the best.
Yeah, Dom, you like artichoke?
I don't have a sense of that. Yeah, I can't say I do. I'm sort of putting it
He
in.
set you up there.
I'm
you know,
gonna
for this
get an
putting
artichoke.
in-
We're gonna have Dom
yeah,
eat an artichoke during the show today. How
With,
about
with
that?
the avocado, which I would love to eat, but it's such a fickle fruit. It's
a fickle fruit.
Yeah,
Isn't it a
you
fruit?
don't. Yeah, isn't an avocado a fruit, or
Is it a fruit?
classified as a vegetable? Is that a tomato?
Fruit. Let's see. Avocado is a fruit, Dom.
There you go.
A
Score another one.
A single
right before the
seeded
show.
berry.
There you go. It's crazy. I don't think of it as a fruit. I think of it as a vegetable.
too.
But yeah, of course. So, Dawn, we have coming out of the big birthright citizenship case, Amy Coney Barrett striking again against Trump, and I think she's a miss. I've been saying that all along, and I get shooed by big guests that we have on. I don't agree with them. She's a miss.
Ruh-roh.
Yep.
I hope not. but-
Okay. We'll see.
Dom's show starts right now.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it's Good Thursday. Welcome in. You're with Dom. We got an update on the White Marsh situation that I think you're going to like. And we have Bruce Springsteen on foreign shores, fraudulent Bruce Springsteen. And I'll explain why he's not just political, but why the whole thing is fraudulent. Going after the Trump administration, calling them treasonous. How in the world, I don't care about the traditions with Springsteen. Can anyone continue to go to this guy's show? But the only saving grace is there's a study out that indicates how much, and I'll give you the details later because it's kind of just a fun thing. I want to get to the big stuff of the day. Based upon the average ticket price, now he's high. I don't see him on here. I got to find his. But the number of songs performed, Lana Del Rey is the worst. She performs 15 songs with an average ticket price of $240.33.
Jeez.
That
For
means
Lana Del Rey? What the heck?
yes, the cost per song, you're paying $16.02. The cost per minute, every person there is paying her $2.90.
She's not even that good.
Well, right, per minute. How in the world can you scam people like that? My point, at least Springsteen gives a full show and all that. That's the only saving grace. The rest is horrible. All right, so let's start with the birthright citizenship case. I've been listening to some sound here, and here's a little bit. Henry, we have this one, right? Yeah, okay. Here is Amy Coney Barrett jumping into the ring. Amy Coney Barrett is a miss. All these big national names I bring on. Dom, calm down. What are you talking about? I think they're in denial. When we miss, we miss. Oh, my God. Wait, one second. So we got the birthright citizenship case. Here's how I see it. And I had it in law school, even at Rutgers Law School. It's clear what they meant when talking about birthright citizenship were the babies of slaves that had been freed because the Confederacy was going to try to say they're not citizens. Nobody's a citizen there. It wasn't about people running over the border or coming from China and paying millions of dollars to get into the country, drop a baby, say birthright citizenship, then everybody is a citizen. You got to realize it's not just the 250,000 babies a year like this. It's the extended family. It easily gets to millions. Ever since I've been in talk radio, people have been screaming about this. Finally, you have someone in Trump who's actually taking action. And I think we have 4 votes on this. Amy Coney Barrett strikes me that she's not even in favor of what the Trump administration is saying. You can't have all these justices, there's 600 district judges, jumping into the ring to block everything a president wants to do. Here's a little bit. So Kagan, who is liberal, but not Sotomayor or Ketanji Brown, at least she knows what a woman is, I think. Here's Amy Coney Barrett jumping into the ring to defend Kagan, going after the Trump administration solicitor on this issue of, well, what do you want people to do if these district judges can't stop Trump? Here's what happened.
And, look, there are all kinds of abuses of nationwide injunctions. But I think that the question that this case presents is that if one thinks that it's quite clear that the EO is illegal, how does one get to that result, in what time frame, on your set of rules, without the possibility of a nationwide injunction?
On this case and on many similar cases, the appropriate way to do it is for there to be multiple lower courts considering it, the appropriate percolation that flows to the lower courts, and then ultimately this court decides the merits in a nationwide binding precedent. You have a complete inversion of that through the nationwide injunctions where the district
So, General
courts
Sauer, are you really going to answer Justice Kagan by saying there's no way to do this expeditiously?
Well, I'll refer to my former answers. Rule 23 provides the tools to do so, multiple injunctions.
But you resisted Justice Kagan when she said, could the individual plaintiffs form a class?
That has never been briefed in the court below.
Okay, we're getting into the weeds with the class thing there. But I just tell you, I watched the actions of Amy Coney Barrett, and she's a miss. Can't say that, Don. We got to continue to and I don't know why we miss all the time. Clarence Thomas today, and this whole birthright citizenship and national injunctions, or these district judges having that power, said that how did we get to through the 1960s without having this problem of these activist judges? That is now incredible. In other words, he's saying, how do we get through the 1960s where every 2 minutes one of these flunky judges jumps into the ring to block the executive? They're not the third branch of government. The Supreme Court is the third branch of government. My remedy would be they're going to have to work harder, and they're going to have to take on these cases that have national impact where we need a decision. To quote the warden in Shawshank Redemption, not after breakfast, not after lunch, now. That's what the Supreme Court's got to do. You just cannot, particularly with Trump, you just cannot have these judges running out the clock. 4 years, but you have enough of them, they'll run out the clock on every one of these things. And they'll say that Trump is defying the court. He's not defying the Supreme Court. That's what the tactic is here. And Trump on Truth Social made the point that birthright citizenship, as currently understood, the cartels love that. They love getting people into the country just for this purpose, to drop a child. Then I've seen some of the extensions of the family under various rules. You could have 7 or 8 people here illegally. Why should we reward someone breaking into the country to have a baby on American soil? Why would we reward that? That's exactly what birthright citizenship is. Other Republican presidents have thrown up their hands. He's not. And we should have 5 votes. I think we have 4. At least on the stop these district judges from stopping everything. I know we have 4. The 5th vote, Johnny Roberts, a miss by George W. Bush. And Amy Coney Barrett, I think, a miss by Trump. We miss. David Souter just died the other day. He was a huge miss, a Bush senior. They don't miss. Look at Kagan. Look at Sotomayor. Oh, my God. Look at Ketanji Brown. Can't even tell you what a woman is. They don't miss. That's all that the court is about. Don't miss. And I think, sadly, we may have on this. All right, an update from the battles of White Marsh. Remember, we've been talking the last couple of days, and it was really intense the first day of this, that the 5 Democrat progressives over in White Marsh, without any credible threat or any threat, have canceled in the dead of night almost, without telling anybody, the parade. Then the police chief, well, we want to be safe. Chief, that doesn't inspire safety. All right, so because of the pressure, and we hope to have on the woman that one of our listeners has gotten the petition together today. Because of that pressure, they're now convening a special presentation and a special meeting. I don't care what I'm doing. I told Roe that night, I got to be there for this. I have to get sound to this. I have to quiz some people. The meeting will be 6:30 p.m., May 22nd. So next week, next Thursday, at the Colonial Elementary School, which is over on Flowertown Road, 230 Flowertown Road. It will include a presentation on parade safety and time for comments and questions from the community. Man, I commend them starting at 6:30. I would say the comments and questions might be 3 or 4. I mean, what kind of presentation are you going to do? Is it going to be like a mock-up of Dealey Plaza? Is the chief going to bring in here and say, all right, here are 3 blocks, and here's why we can't have a parade? Are they going to show films of Vancouver and New Orleans? I don't have knowledge of it, but anything's possible with these people. You know, and are people going to raise their hand and say, all right, why don't we do this? Thanks to listeners sending me stuff. Of course, this gang, the White Marsh gang, was one of the first towns in suburbia to ban what they call the single-use plastic bag. You know how that phrase, single-use, bothers me? Most people, like the Giordanos, or if you have pets, a dog, you know exactly it's not single-use to get your groceries home. I carry my lunch in it here. How's that single-use? They did it in 2023, so they were a bit ahead of the curve. It figures, right? Banning parades, banning bags. What do they do that's positive over there in White Marsh?
When you say you carry your lunch in it, you're not just putting like a dry sandwich without a...
No, I mean, I have a wrapper on it.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. I just wanted to make sure you weren't just
of course, but
barbarian throwing things into a...
Well, if I'm in a rush, yeah, if I have to meet the train.
Is that pasta salad in the bottom of your bag, Dom?
Yeah, I have done that. But imagine calling it single use all the time. How do we get that this is single use? It's not. People use it for a multitude of reasons. All right, so hope to see you there. 6:30, May 22nd, at the Colonial Elementary School, 230 Flowertown Road. So I'd like to get Christine, if you're listening today, give us a call. We'd love to hear what's going on with the petition, etc. We have that up on my Twitter at DomShow1210, and I hope people show up. I hope they offer argument after argument. I give them credit for this. At least they're holding a hearing on this. I'm not sure who's going to testify, but I think it will be the police chief. I just can't even imagine his testimony. I guess they'll stream it. So we'll try to bring you every morsel of it. This is like the Watergate hearings or something. I mean, I just can't wait to see what kind of droning on they're going to do to tell us why they have to protect the parade. Now, Dan, one famous thing that happened well before you, it was actually the first year that I was here. I went over to, I'm not sure if it was Conshohocken or West Conshohocken. Let's say Conshohocken. Because they were going to be the first to pass a ban on handheld cell phone while driving. A local town doing it. And the only reason they gave is they said some woman wanted it who had been injured, and they were going to do it because of that. So I had people revved up. About 200 people showed up. And the guy who was the presiding guy said, we have a big mouth here tonight. And I raised my hand and said, no. Big talker, because that was the by about there was one right. There was one. Well, that's the station used to be called the Big Talker. So there was one newspaper reporter there. By the time it got over, all 4 TV stations were there, wall-to-wall coverage. KYW, radio, they all came out because the guy overturned the table and wanted to do a fist fight right there in the meeting over the cell phone. These get pretty, you know, if you just put a little bit of pressure on these people that are pushing things through that people don't want, it ends up in an interesting way.
Are you aware that Pennsylvania now, starting in June, banning all handheld devices?
I'm glad you mentioned that, and it just jumped up on us. Where did that come from? I haven't asked any of them about it.
I think it actually stems from, was the law called Paul Miller's Law that you're talking about here?
It might have been one of them. I've been
that's named in memory of a 21-year-old man killed back in 2010 by a driver using their phone, and I think that's where this stems from.
Okay.
I have a written quote from Shapiro if you want me to read that.
Yeah, give us the quote.
He says, I've met too many people with injuries they'll live with for the rest of their lives because they were hit by a distracted driver, and too many families that have an empty seat at the dinner table because of distracted driving.
Let's put that into the blend. We all know the difficulty with it. Here's the thing with Shapiro, Dan. I had the guy on way back when this came up. Similar thing. The architect, he was a state representative. And I asked him, do you drive to Harrisburg? And he said, no. he had somebody drive. Whoa, you know how I feel about that. So he was able to talk on his cell phone. But you and I would not be able to talk on his cell phone. Because I was going to ask him, that drive to Harrisburg, you going to be picking up a phone? You're telling us an hour and a half drive, you're not doing any business? Yeah, that's right. Here we go again. And there's Shapiro. Now, I don't know. Maybe people have changed their minds on this. I certainly have it.
I just wonder if technology's developed enough where it's become like when you make phone calls in your car, are you doing it through your car stereo?
I don't have that now. I did have it. I did have Bluetooth. Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people are just automatically their phone ties into their car, so they can just do it hands-free at this point.
Okay, so maybe that's it. Maybe that's what the change is. Maybe that's why they jumped in and didn't do it. So I have to get Luke to set it up on this car. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. The thing going on in White Marsh, the birthright citizenship, we'll play you coming up, Springsteen. Good news, Montgomery County is refusing to call itself a welcoming county, meaning sanctuary county, because they're afraid of Trump. As wild as they are, people are going after them because they won't do that. They know what he'll do, take away federal funding. All right, side question. Henry and I saw this yesterday on this date. Way back in 1940, if that's accurate, the first McDonald's opened. And it seems to be it was more of a drive-in rather than you go to a window. I mean, it was primitive. It was two brothers named McDonald's. So we had the idea, something that is nostalgic to you. Person, place, thing, that kind of thing, that you wish were still here. Now, you know, somebody like, I don't know, Dan usually poo-poos these things and shoots them down. I'm nostalgic for when Saturday Night Live was good. I don't know, it was the first 2 or 3 years, Belushi.
Oh, that's a good one, yeah.
Dan Aykroyd. I interviewed Dan Aykroyd twice. It was wild. He was really good. But I could watch Cheeseburger, for example, 5 or 6 times a day. It's that good.
Yeah, that's...
Versus...
I disagree to a point, though, because I feel like the late 90s, early 2000s, Adam Sandler's era, David Spade, Chris Farley, great stuff, and then moving into the Will Ferrell, Tina Fey. I mean, Will Ferrell's an all-time great when it comes to SNL. All-time great comedic actor, I got to say.
Oh, I am definitely not a fan. I differ on that. I don't think they're Belushi. I mean, that was a secret sauce. It was new, too.
Yeah.
It popped. It was 1975, at least for, I don't know when he died, but Aykroyd, too. Some of the sketches, some of the things he came up with. The bit players were really good. So I'd be nostalgic about that. How about yours, Dan?
Mine is kind of deep, and I've recently acquired this nostalgic feeling because it's something on set recently, and it's water cooler conversations about popular television shows. Things are so scattered with streaming right now. I am nostalgic for the time where there was appointment viewing in television. I hate to say... But the days of when you had to wait, and like Mondays at 8, there's a new show, and then Tuesdays you come in and everybody has seen that show and talked about it. Last night I watched one of the final episodes of Survivor. Nobody besides a discussion forum seems to be talking about it. But at one point, early 2000s, Survivor was one of those shows. The next day, everybody came in and talked about it. I miss those times.
We did an event in Manayunk around it. Yeah. It was that big.
And I feel a shared liking of something is important for society.
Yep.
And a big string of that was television. We all shared some kind of commonality with television. We've lost that.
Yeah, Super Bowl was about the only thing now, vast, particularly if it's in your city. Other than that, it's rare. Did you see the State of the Union last night?
Yeah, no, I don't get that anymore.
We don't get it. Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, so we're, in the middle of a baseball season right now. And starting around June, they'll be asking for you to give your vote to vote someone into the All-Star game.
Yeah.
What they do now is essentially like hashtags, hashtag vote All-Star Bryce Harper, or vote All-Star Kyle Schwarber. When back in the day, you'd go to a Phillies game in like June, they'd give you a paper ballot and you'd have all the game to, fill it out, punch it out, and then drop it in one of the ballot boxes. And I kind of miss that old school feeling of voting.
Yeah,
at least for the All-Star game.
Yeah, they did it early on. This is way back when, and they stuffed the ballot box. Cincinnati Reds had like 8 of the 9 starters. Cincinnati Reds, and it wasn't a big red machine, I don't think.
Oh man!
that were the All-Stars. I wouldn't have allowed it. I would say, that's it. I'm making up new rules.
I'm against it. I mean, you had Helen Hunt come on yesterday and talk about the power of the Dodgers, right? And right now, if you had open voting, would it not just be all Dodgers in the All-Star game?
I mean, essentially it might be. I guess it depends on the fan base, how rabid the fan base. Because
they're not rabid.
Well,
we
I don't think Dodgers fans would care, but Cincinnati Reds fans would absolutely care.
Yeah, they're going to put Pete Rose in the All-Star team.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what they would do. Yeah.
Like we would stuff the ballot box, so we'd have the whole starting lineup there.
Well, maybe not Bohm. I mean, there's a
hey,
limit.
He's been playing a lot
JT,
better lately.
Oh yeah, he's hitting it off the end of the bat, and
he had a home run yesterday.
I'll have to check the wind. There was a lot of home runs yesterday. So. All right, 855-839-1210. Get in on that. That's the side, and jump in. Amy Coney Barrett amidst the birthright citizenship. Give the Trump administration credit. They're taking on one of the biggest things people have complained about. It's senseless. It's obvious. It wasn't about people breaking into the country, having kids, and then the whole family for generations stays. It wasn't about that. It was obvious it was about slavery. All right, 855-839-1210.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2025.
Parks Racing and the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association invite you and your family to Preakness Stakes Day, Saturday, May 17. Gates open at 10 a.m. for live horse racing. Free family fun from 1 to 5 in the Picnic Grove with moonbounce face painters and more. Plus food and beverage specials. Advance wagering on the Preakness Stakes begins Friday, May 16th. Preakness Stakes Day, Saturday, May 17th at Parks Racing in Ben Salem. Come play, win. Gates open 10 a.m. Post time 12:40. Details at parksracing.com. Must be 18 to wager at Parks Racing. 21 for casino gambling. Gambling problem. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com. From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All All right, a couple of Jersey things here on the Dom Show. Hit us with that nostalgic item. Somebody hit me on Twitter, Geno's. Geno's was kind of our own McDonald's here locally. Some purple secret sauce. Gino Marchetti, formerly of the Colts, and I don't know why it opened here. Maybe it opened in Baltimore. I'm not sure. I'll play you the Springsteen cut, but Matt Rooney making a great point on Twitter. There is now, with the Trump endorsement, this group, a Never Jack group, just like Never Trump group. You have people on the Republican side. That's it. Can't have Jack Ciattarelli. Well, I thought it was he's not MAGA enough. Now he's too MAGA. Going after him on that. And Matt had something up the other day that said the son of General Flynn suggested maybe there was a bribe involved here. And that's why Trump endorsed. My goodness. I didn't hear Bill Spadia today. I think he was on with Nick. I'm not a fan and think it would be a disaster. But we're hearing again, well, wait a minute. This guy, Jack Ciattarelli, is not going to be pure enough as far as, that he is really going to move things around in Jersey. Spadia would. Spadia is not a Trump guy, wasn't a Trump guy. You hear the ads. There's a lot of legitimacy in it. Jack Ciattarelli is the one who can win. I'm convinced. And I'm not somebody that's going to stay out of primaries. Other people have other rationales. I respect that. Well, you can't be taking sides in a Republican primary. Why not? We take sides on everything. I take sides every second. So, yeah, I am taking sides on this. I think it's going to be a big victory for Ciattarelli. I just wish the Dugan-Krasner one is over next Tuesday, May 20th. I wish this were ending sooner so we can get after the Democrats. But never Jack now. Just ludicrous. This is a very, very winnable race. But it's not going to be as easy as some people think. As bad as the Democrats are, as bad as their ranking. Remember, it's still Jersey. They're nuts. You still have to overcome the northern part of the state. You got to overcome the perception of cheating. Remember, it looked like Murphy was on the ropes, and suddenly places like Hudson County, when you hear that come in the middle of the night, it's trouble. So the Jersey race is going to be very telling. And we hope to have Jack down there at Mulligan's one of the times this summer and have him on frequently to develop this. And again, he had a guy call yesterday, he didn't say enough about property taxes. Well, look at your choices here. You got Ciattarelli, as I see it, or one of these radical Democrats. Who do you think has a better shot to do something on property taxes? 855-839-1210. You get in. Here's Bruce Springsteen in the UK, opening act, just wildly. And I want to talk about the fraud of Springsteen. That's the point. It wasn't just the music in the past. It was the narrative. It was the story he was telling about Jersey. Here's what he said about Trump in the UK. All righty. Translation lost here.
Yeah, I'm having trouble with the computer.
Okay.
Here.
All right. All right. So this is his opening tour. Here it is.
Welcome to the Land of Hope and Dreams tour.
Yeah.
The mighty E Street Band is here tonight to call upon the righteous power of art, of music, of rock and roll in dangerous times. In my home, the America I love, the America I've written about, that has been a beacon of hope and liberty for 250 years, is currently in the hands of a corrupt, incompetent, and treasonous administration. Tonight, we ask all who believe in democracy and the best of our American experience
We're not in
to
democracy.
rise with us, raise your voices against authoritarianism, and let freedom ring.
All right. So
How we doing, Manchester?
How we doing, Manchester? All right, so does it get any worse with this fraud? The fraudulent nature of the narrative of the whole thing with Springsteen and these towns and the man and corporations And then he charges a gazillion dollars for tickets. We saw it with the dynamic pricing, etc. He's not living anything like that life. He's phony, fraudulent. Why is it still appealing? Now, it might be decreasing a bit, but it still has appeal that I assume he'll sell out the summer, usually the tour, that kind of thing. And even somebody we love like Anne-Marie Muldoon, we always joke about it at Mulligan's. We'll do it again this year when she's there. I get it. It's like Christie to go to, he's somebody you go to and you keep your personal log, and it's fun to do that. But think about who you're giving money to. Even when he did the, I guess it was, I covered 10 concert salute. Maybe it was 20 for John Kerry. That's when it really started. That's way back in 2004. But what he just said there on foreign soil, not even here in America, appealing to Americans on this, it's just fraudulent and reprehensible. Up and down the line. And he's the one that's continuing to pull a scam with some kind of voice of what? I mean, what was it that he struck a chord with here? Well, Jersey is kind of universal. These towns, the mills closed, things are tough, etc. Well, I don't see how this guy can talk about income inequality. All right, 855-839-1210 will get you in right now. And when you hear this, it's just another reminder of what the other side's about. And he's one of the principals. He's done the podcast with Obama. He's done Biden up and down the line, ignoring everything. And Trump does set him off more than most Republicans. But he is one of the most hypocritical figures imaginable. And yet, the public buys it up so much that Josh Gottheimer, the guy running, falsified his Spotify, saying that he listened to 5 Springsteen songs. They were his most listened to. And he just falsified it, and he got caught by the Inquirer. That's how potent they think it is. I'm sure if given the opportunity, if it's close in the end, he usually, either with the president, Bon Jovi, another fraudulent figure, the two of them. In what universe do they have any ability to go with the storyline that they still have? They're well past that. All right, coming to your calls at 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210. Hey, just one more reminder. We are ready to blast off. A lot of listeners have already signed up. Still have a little bit of room. I didn't tell you part of it, our trip to Sicily. It is all talk radio. Conservative tours. They advertise in a few other markets. Last trip, you may remember if you were on it, when we went to Italy, there were listeners that listened to conservative talk stations, and several of them bonded with our listeners. Imagine a group, 50, 60 or so people, touring Sicily together. The conversations are great, the luncheons, the dinner. It's a lot of fun just on that. But conservative tours, well, they're going to bring us the sun, the sea, and the beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Calabria this fall. All this, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. All you have to do to get into the game is get all the details. Go to conservativetours.com or 888-733-9494. I've been kidding, too, about the Godfather part of the tour. All 3 films, we go to the locations. This is a once-in-a-lifetime. Taormina is the heart of it. Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. It's ancient, picturesque, and it's ours. Savoca, of course. 888-733-9494.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Yeah, Bruce, I got some more here of this fraudulent figure. And I don't think, well, he's a very skilled physical musician. He did tap into Jersey in a way I would say no one else has. His vision of it early on. I don't think he's that smart. I don't think he's that educated. Just listen to his indictment of Trump. Does this sound just pathetic? I don't mean because it's repugnant in how far he goes, just in the manner that he put it to the audience. I mean, this is something he thought about. This is not spontaneous. He told them, in America, the richest men are taking... First of all, you fraudulent billionaire, shut up. You know, once you have $1 billion or even 50 million, 10 million maybe, I don't want to hear about income inequality anymore. Give away a lot of it then. How much are you worth? How much are you charging people? He goes on to say, in America, the richest men are taking satisfaction in abandoning the world's poorest children to sickness and death. This is happening now, he says. In my country, they're taking sadistic pleasure in the pain they inflict on loyal American workers. They're rolling back historic civil rights legislation that led to a more just and plural society. Wait a minute. Hey, Bruce, wouldn't that be pluralistic? Did you forget an ending there, buddy? They are abandoning our great allies. Oh, yeah. And siding with dictators against those struggling for their freedom. They are defunding American universities that won't bow down to their ideological demands. And they are removing residents off American streets without due process of law, deporting them to foreign detention centers and prisons. This is all happening now. A majority of our elected representatives have failed to protect the American people from the abuses of an unfit president and a rogue government. They have no concern or idea of what it means to be deeply American. And then he starts with this audience. Kind of a risky move, talking about James Baldwin. Nah, I'm not buying the audience knows who the hell James Baldwin is, Bruce. Anybody look, it's one thing to say in a pointed, exact way what you object to with Trump, okay? But you, buddy, are well past any critique involving money and what people go through. We know all about you. We know how much you're worth. We know your daughter traveling Europe, dressage, horsey jumping. We know about dynamic pricing and your defense of it. So in what universe sadistic pleasure people are taking? How about all the people that are supporting exactly what Trump is doing and are middle class, lower middle class people? What would the great man say about them? All right, 855-839-1210. It is very hard to imagine the popularity of this. And again, the Obamas have a house up now for $35 million. Their Martha's Vineyard house. They want to sell it. $39 million is the asking price. When do you cease having the ability? The Kennedys did this. The Kennedys were buying everything, doing whatever the hell they wanted with women or anything else, and then lecturing as the good guys against Republican bad guys that were holding down Americans. With the head of the Kennedy family, one of the worst people that ever lived, Joe Kennedy, the father. It's the playbook. They're the ones of wealth, or they have enough people of wealth, and yet they get to lecture, they get license about income inequality, sadistic pleasure, and all the rest of it. It's the media bias, writ large again. That's what drives this. And people that, we're talking about nostalgia today. Maybe it is the nostalgia. Maybe Springsteen's tapped into that. And whatever he did that was fresh and new now is nostalgic. And people go again and again and again because they get that vibe. And then I guess it's hard when you like something to look at some of the compromises you have to make with reality, with the reality of the man himself. De Niro got this special award with DiCaprio, who flies around the world. Carbon offsets take care of his plane and lecturing on climate and everything else. You would think their time is over, and pretty much it is. Trump's in power, won even the popular vote. Republican Party becoming more the working party every day. Now, whether they can sustain it after Trump, that's a matter, whether we'll see. But the Springsteens of the world, as much as we hear it again and again, this last night in the UK, the part I just read you, the rest of it, foreign soil, gone after not fitting his vision of America. And what was that vision? If you're a fan, tell me, break it down. What was his vision of America? He had a vision of Jersey. He had a feel for that. Asbury Park and all. I get that. All right, 855-839-1210. Side question. Something nostalgic. Maybe that's what Springsteen fans, Christie and these others, what they're getting out of it. It takes them back to a time when they first started following him, and they don't care that the reality is that's long gone. And it's something different. And he's something different. I mean, you can be of wealth without a doubt, but you don't get to talk about it and lecture. Otherwise, you have to give up a lot. I mean, isn't that a simple principle? If you have all that, I used to bring on the Patriotic Millionaires. There was this group, they were millionaires. And they wanted higher taxes, and they wanted to take money from Americans. And I would say to them, you guys, I looked one time, your net worth has to be 50 to 100 billion among you. Why don't you just give a lot of that away and help people with it? And they rejected that. They wanted to keep the money. They wanted to do what they wanted, but they wanted to tax heavily. Just give it away charitably. Start your own foundations. Do something else. I'm not saying Springsteen has to give away $1 billion. Give away half. Well, maybe I am. Maybe I'll set it since he sends the playing ground. Maybe you should give away $950 million. You keep $50 million. That should be pretty good. Now, even then, I think you got to go light on the lecturing here about sadistic pleasures. But if you have $1 billion, you got to shut up. You just got to shut up. All right, let me go to John in Bordentown on the side question today. Hey, John, good afternoon. What do you have today?
Hey, Dom, I'm nostalgic about station wagons.
Okay.
I remember when I was a kid, my dad getting out the Atlas, figuring out the route we'd take, when driving cross country, no GPSs, little towns. That was America, not Bruce's thing.
Yeah.
That was America.
And were you in the far back seat without a seatbelt? The well of the car.
Oh, we were just laying down in the back.
Of course. Yeah, of course. That's a very good one, John. Thank you. Yeah, the station wagon. Where did the station wagon go? The versions of it out there now. It doesn't seem to have struck a blow, to John's point, though, quite like the SUV. Now, I'm not nostalgic for having to look at maps, but I get what he's saying. Without GPS. What did we do before that? I think we've done that as a side. What did we do before we had this? And it's like people think you lived and you had to look at maps. Yeah. Or something like that. You scrambled. You asked a lot of people for directions. All right. Springsteen really, really went off yesterday, though. I read you verbatim the stuff he was saying. How in the world do you have any credibility? Well, there's certain things that are too big to fail. Case in point, I marvel the NFL schedule, the full schedule apparently is out now. And it's a holiday. People sitting around America are going to go wins and losses. You can't do that with baseball. That would be impossible. And nobody does it with basketball. Maybe that's too many games too. But the NFL has a holiday just when they release the schedule. So, of course, they can do whatever they want. Is Springsteen too big to fail? Is it nostalgia? Is it that people still buy into what he's saying? Based on what? Where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence that he's that guy in any way, shape, or form? I just maintain you have a certain amount of wealth, you got to shut up. You just can't be telling the world and lecturing us and people that follow Trump that something is wrong with you. Why can't you see he's taking sadistic pleasure in what he's doing? All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Talk Radio 1210.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Welcome in. Getting some great ones on Twitter. Today is the day the McDonald's brothers, apparently 1940, the first McDonald's. It was kind of the precursor of this, but it was not a drive-through, but a drive-in, which used to be hugely popular. Where did they go? Well, convenience versus nostalgia and the little things that you remember. Well, kind of swerved into Springsteen. Isn't he playing on nostalgia now? People just saying, well, I just like going to it because I was young when I started, relatively young. It had meaning then. There were great songs, etc. It's fraudulent. He's one of the worst frauds imaginable. And we should set a metric. You know, I would even say as low as if you're worth $5 million, maybe even $2 million. I mean, real worth, not made up. Then you got to shut up about income inequality, don't you? You just can't be continuing to say this. You can't be talking about other people. This guy can't be. How do Democrats get away with that? Well, the media doesn't call them on it. There's bias, and they don't analyze it in that manner. That at a certain point, I mean, the Kennedys used to be lionized. People were saying, look at what they've given up. They should have just been out there playing golf all day. They wanted to do service. No, they wanted power. They had money. They had position in life. So when you have that, you want something else. What's that called? The next thing is power. They had everything else. That's why they did it. It's not about service. They wanted power. They wanted to be in charge. That's an aphrodisiac. That's better than anything. If you told me you can have $50 million or X number or be president, I'd take president. You could stack up billions. I'd take president. Anybody knows that drives after presidency. That's what it's about. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Noted Springsteen fan. Hey, Joe, welcome in.
Teardrops on the city bed, searching for his groove. Dom, you guys are killing me today. But if Bernie could tell us how to spend our money, we could tell Bruce how to spend his. And he just sold his record rights for $500 million. So
right.
He's worth a heck of a lot more than that. He's a fraud, and he broke my heart because he was a staple back in my high school years between Born to Run and 75 and Darkness on the Edge of Town in 78.
Joe, I'll give you, that might be a side question. I might do that tomorrow in your honor for that. People or things that broke your heart. I'll give you one that may seem strange now. Christie. I prided myself way back when. I got Christie on 7 times when it was he was rising. The 8th time.
He broke our heart overnight. Remember, New Jersey, you got a rock star?
Yeah.
And hours later, he fell out of grace.
Well, I had him on when he hugged Obama. And when I said it to him, Joe, I've never been in an interview. We would have brawled if he had been in studio. I have cotton mouth thinking about it now. My headset was twisted around the back of my head. And when he said to his guy, I'm going to need more minutes here with Dom, I was ready to say something on the air, buddy, you can have all day.
Dom, that sounds like that could be an additional event at Mulligan's.
Oh, my God. Look, I give him credit. On his feet, he's the best that I've ever been in the ring. I would take him against anybody. He's funny. He's a charging rhino. He just happens to be a sensitive bully. He's overly sensitive. He never came on again after that.
Yeah, he has the Hollywood ego.
Yeah.
In state. My side answer, and it's very nostalgic back in our day. I know the first one came out of Camden, but we had one up in Lawrence Township we used to sneak into every Friday night until they learned how to have the carload sale. It was the drive-in. We used to hide in trunks. We used to hop the fence. We used to hand cases of beer over the fence. It was a party on Friday nights with the old drive-in movie theaters.
That's a great one, Joe. There were some adult ones, too, that people stopped on the highway. There could be accidents here in the Northeast Philadelphia.
Adult drive-ins?
Yes, they did. I believe they had adult films. I think it was the Andalusia was the name. Can you imagine having a theater named the Andalusia?
Ugh.
All right.
I do wish I could have had that drive-in experience that Joe had. I do like that.
Oh, yeah. The drive-in, except you have to put a thing on there to hear it. That's why we didn't stop doing it.
It's more about being there, being with your friends.
It is. It is, though. Yeah. 855-839. I think there's still a few around. All right. Coming up, we're going to talk with a friend that we have in Montgomery County, Tom DeBello, because Montgomery County yesterday says, hey, we're not going to be like Bucks County. We're not going to enforce the law and actually take criminals that are here illegally off the streets, not in Montgomery County. We'll talk with him about that. Take your calls, though. Give us something that you're nostalgic for. That's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Psst, I think it's gonna happen. I think he wants to propose.
Finally! Does he know what kind of ring you want?
Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and eyeing.
You're the best.
Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. Boy, we have people on top of things. Our fact checker, that Dale guy over there on CNN, he called into Henry and he says the porn theater was the Lincoln. Thank you, Dale, and audience listeners who parked on the highway apparently there. And it was the Andalusian, not the Andalusia. I guess it was, I mixed countries there with where that is as far as drive-ins. That's the side question today. By the way, great one on Twitter from Freddie Ensford Hill, fedoras. Now, I am opposed, and I see these hipster doofuses your age, Henry, walking around with fedoras on.
What?
Okay, I get it. Yeah.
I don't know anyone my age.
It's fedora wearing's the whole thing. I would never wear a hat under any circumstance, no matter what it is. Baseball hats, fedoras, whatever. No.
Any hat?
No. Why would you wear a hat? You have hair. Hair's supposed to be seen, not hats.
Right, but it looks good falling out of a hat sometimes. The hair falls out of the hat and it looks nice. It's like, oh, I got a nice...
Women
nice
with a
thing going here.
ponytail through the back of the hat, yeah, that might be a good look. But man, I'm against any. It's mussed up. That's the whole.
I don't typically wear hats because my head's so big, so it just doesn't look good anyway. But
can't imagine
if there is a hat that fits, I would like to wear it.
Okay, try a fedora.
No.
Minnie, are you listening today on YouTube? Make Henry and Dan with fedoras on. Show them what I'm talking about with these hipsters. All right, Tom DeBello, the voice of reason over in Montgomery County. He's one of the commissioners. And I guess the saving grace, after yesterday's editorial in the paper we told you about, they essentially saying, we're not Bucks County. We're not going to do what Bucks County's doing here around protecting citizens when it comes to ICE. But they will not take the final stance, and I'm reading at HYY today. They're under pressure to fully say they're a welcoming county, code for sanctuary county, I guess, because of the fear of the Trump administration taking away federal funding. So it is working on that front. All right, let's go to Tom DeBello, who is the commissioner out there in Bucks County. Hey, Tom, good afternoon, and thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Thanks for having me. Montgomery County. You mentioned I'm in Montgomery County.
Well, I said we're not Bucks County. I know. You're Montgomery County.
Oh,
yes,
sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, yeah, got it. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. No,
So,
thanks for having me on.
You're welcome. So what's going on here now? Why this need of two of your colleagues to tell us they're not Bucks County, essentially?
I'll be honest with you. I'm not really sure because we've had people come into multiple meetings. I think I mentioned before that they want the county to become a welcoming county, which could be code war for sanctuary, but it doesn't really carry any weight because we don't have authority over local municipalities. So I'm not really sure from a sanctuary what that even means. But it's frustrating because, with all this going on, it's the hypocrisy of it all is just crazy because if you go back to when Obama was the president, I mean, I always like to refer to this. When he was a president, they call him the deporter-in-chief because during his 8 years, his administration, they formally removed more than 3 million non-citizens, right? Which was compared to even more than what Bush did and was George W. and Clinton never even came close to. I think Clinton was like less than 1 million that he deported. But all this was going on when Obama was the president. He removed illegals. There wasn't all this hoopla, all this sanctuary stuff, all this welcoming committee. None of this was going on. So from my perspective, it's like, there's federal laws. The federal laws need to be followed. What's happening now is that we actually have federal law enforcement. We haven't seen that for the last 4 years. But it was interesting because the county, we're developing a press release that we were talking about. We are putting up, because we have to distinguish between Montgomery County has over 100,000 immigrants. And when we talk about that, that means over 100,000 people that came here legally. I mean, they're either citizens or they're here in green cards, work visas, or whatever it may be. But we have over 100,000 in Montgomery County that are here legally, and we want to provide them, all the services that they too deserve. But it's the illegals that we want to take. That's what we differ on opinion. And so we were putting out a press release talking about the immigration services that we're going to provide through the county website, which we're already doing. It's just like we're bringing it all together into one site.
Right.
And then we're putting out this press release. And the funny thing is that when I was putting my comments in, I distinguished between, I want to talk about documented, the people that came here the right way. Well, my press release, my comments were first censored and then removed. I mean, so they're trying to blur the line between legal and illegal. Yeah. They changed the words from documented and undocumented. And, we as a county, we can't stand up for and protect illegals. There's due process. The processes are followed. And, as a county, we can't sit there and pick and choose.
Well, wait a minute. Let me
I
challenge that, Tom. Though, are they reflecting? I mean, isn't the reality? I could argue with you for a second here. Aren't they reflecting what Bucks County wants? Otherwise, why would these two be the majority and you, the lone Republican, if they're not reflecting that? This is a big enough issue. You would think they'd get voted out of office.
Well, I mean, it's interesting, and because polls have come back, nationally, and have said that over 80% of the population, the voting population, that they're saying supports the enforcement of the law. As far as deportation of illegals. So I'm not sure how that's going to play out in Montgomery County in the next election in 2027. And I think that's part of why they're dancing around it a little bit, maybe. I don't know. But as far as from my perspective, I'm taking a position of following the law. I'm not saying that as a county, we don't have authority to execute federal warrants. But, in my feeling is that we shouldn't be interfering with the execution of those warrants or setting roadblocks.
All right, Tom.
That's
Tom,
where I'm at.
I have one other area too, and again, I know you don't control municipalities, and I think your base is pretty close to there. White Marsh making national news now, canceling their parade, even though by all accounts there's no threat, credible or other, just no threat. That's what the chief said, but he just said we live in this day and age. We hear Cheltenham might do this. Give us a sense of what you think is happening out there in Montgomery County. Why are we seeing this kind of thing?
I don't understand it. When I saw that as well, that they were canceling, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's concerns about, copycat crimes that occurred with people doing road rage, or, stuff like that. I mean, we just did the St. Patrick's Day parade down at Conshohocken. It was a great day. No issues. The law enforcement did an amazing job ensuring that not only the parade participants, but all of the bystanders or spectators of the parade were all safe. It was a great day. I mean, they have the tools, they have the ability to ensure and protect parade routes. So I don't know if they're just trying to make, political point. I don't know. I don't know. We haven't had. I mean, I did last year. I did Memorial Day. I did 4th of July parades. We had no issues. And last year we did the 4th of July parade in Abington, the Glenside, I'm sorry. And it was a great day. I mean, so I don't know. I haven't heard any threats or any threat levels being raised. I don't know. I can't answer that.
All right. Well, Tom, thank you. Thanks for fighting the good fight and checking in on that in Montgomery County. Have a good Memorial Day if we don't speak, Tom. But thank you. Thanks for coming on.
All right. Thank you. Talk to you soon. Okay.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Tom DeBello, commissioner out there in Montgomery County. All right. Boy, Dan was having a lot of trouble parking here, and he missed. Time's over. The window's over. I'm sorry. The bashing that I went into.
Oh, I'm okay.
I had a saliva drip. They had to take me off YouTube here of going after Springsteen. The comments that he made last night, I had the part 2 of it, talking about billionaires, rich people in America taking sadistic pleasure in attacking American workers and children. It is just stunning. The shamelessness to be worth $1 billion yourself or thereabouts and to go down this path and to be cashing in, his annual summer take is probably $100 million, I would think. Now he's got expenses after that, but I'm saying some summers he's done almost what what's her face has done. It's that big. So.
Yeah, he's a complete fraud. We know this at this point, right? Yeah.
And I think it's nostalgia, which is the side question today. That's where we're going. All right, here is this is cut 14, Henry or Dan. Jamie Dimon, who I was on a show a couple weeks ago, Inside Story, and the Republican on the show was saying, boy, I hope Jamie Dimon is running for president. What? The guy from Wall Street, he was being interviewed coming off Trump and the Middle Eastern trip. And listen to Diamond. Maybe there are people that believe this. It's changed. He was asked about about America being the exceptional nation. Here's the big guy, really, on Wall Street, Jamie Dimon.
Do you worry about U.S. supremacy, actually? Exceptionalism?
Yeah, I never believe we're quite that exceptional. I mean, remember, America's an unbelievable country with freedoms and the gifts of God and, water, food, energy, and then the gifts of the founding fathers called freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of enterprise. Those dwarf everything. And so we still have the most prosperous economy the world's ever seen, but the Americans shouldn't take it as a divine right to succeed either. We've slowed ourselves down with regulation, stupid bureaucracy. We haven't done budgets in years, so no, we shouldn't assume it's forever. I don't think we'll still be preeminent, militarily and economically for a long time, but if we don't do everything right, we could lose that too, 20, 30, 40 years from now. And I think very important to that is America, the goal of America should be to help the military alliances of the Western world and to help the economic alliance of the Western world to walk side by side like you did in Victory in Europe Day the other day here, to strengthen the Western world and hold it together, not to cause it to fragment. And so I think we have to work hard to make sure that's the case.
All right, well, I think that's off the mark. I think it is America first, and people are tired of the Biden approach, and that's the approach he seemingly takes. And yes, America is the exceptional nation. Now, Diamond spinning that into saying that, well, that you must think then it's always going to be like this. No, that's what we're afraid of. But we are anointed exceptionally. It's an obvious thing. It's just doing the right things to continue it. God helps those who help themselves. Now, I wanted to get into something along those lines that are spiritual. And Dan and I saw this guy when we went to Washington a month or so ago, it seems like. Remember, we had on a lot of stuff on food. We had the food babe, and we had Dr. Marty McCary. A guy in the room, and I, notice how people dress, exceptionally well-dressed, was the guy who has become kind of the Elon Musk of the influencer on health and food. His name is Callie Means. His sister is the new Surgeon General, but he is the real power. So yesterday at a big Future of Health Summit in D.C., he has become an ally of Robert Kennedy Jr. He said Kennedy has a spiritual mandate from voters to reform our broken institution. The American people have a crisis of trust in healthcare institutions and in our food, etc. But the word that had everybody jumping out, and the reason I wanted to get him on, a spiritual mandate from voters to reform our broken institution around health and chronic disease and all those things. And I do think that it's become more and more apparent the influence of Kennedy as far as taking voters that historically may not have voted, may not have been Trump voters. They may have won the popular vote. I mean, I think he brought into the fold in critical places a lot of voters that are reluctant voters, or maybe they're kind of libertarian, liberal, and they went with Trump because they knew Kennedy was going to have real power. But a spiritual mandate to take on the system here. All right, if we get this guy on, I want to, it turned heads when he said it because he's inside this. It was obvious when he came where we were that he was a big player. The sister now is the Surgeon General. And I think this is where people are waiting for big results. And so far, we've seen red dyes. We've seen the dye stuff play out. Kennedy is constantly up. Here's the one that I wanted to take aim at, though. I'm all on board. Well, the one MAGA woman we had, Maha woman on, not having her on again. I mean, it's too far. Attacking farmers. We're going to reform farmers. No, you're not. Let the farmers alone. Stop it already. If you're a farmer listening, we got your back there. No, you're not the problem. Oh, pesticides. What do you want these people to do? Have you ever farmed? Don't buy their product then. But the one I wanted to take on, I saw disturbing headlines today. Remember the guy we had on talking about sleep deprivation and high school students primarily, and saying we got to push those times way back. Remember, it seemed to be at least an hour or more. We talked about all the difficulty that would create to do that. And a lot of you, after the guy called in, and I think you wanted to get at him, saying it's a parent's job. These kids are going to sleep too late. Well, guess what? That is going to be the next front. In other words, stories today indicate that has gotten great traction with RFK Jr. And I could see them waiting to the end of this school year, and sometime in June, they're going to roll out, I don't know about mandates, but they're going to put pressure to say that school has to start later. And I just find this to be, look, if you want to do it, knock yourself out. I would stake my years of teaching, et cetera. You have kids that are not learning because they don't do the work. They and their parents are lazy. They don't do the homework. Oh, I'm sleepy. No, you're not, kid. Go to sleep then. Take a nap when you come home. All right, so is this a crisis? This is going to be the next several big articles today. We talked about it before. Now it's ready to burst. The idea that that's what's holding America's youths back. No, they're not. They're lazy. They don't do the work. They don't do homework. We shouldn't have homework. If you start school an hour later, then maybe I'll get a 68 and I should pass. No, kid, you're not passing. We all know it's 70 and it always will be. All right, 855-839-1210. Watch for this breaking. And isn't it really the goal of the parents to do this? It's fraudulent. Around the edges, could it? All right, around the edges. Is that the reason kids are having trouble in school? No, COVID did a lot of this too. And coming back from that, we haven't done it. But it's the parent and the kid. You'll see, I'm a straight A student. I'm going to be splitting atoms if I go to school at 8:30. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you need to do is just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED. But Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/radio. That's Hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Piazza Mazda and their huge crossover and SUV lineup. This month, Piazza Mazda is offering 0.9% financing on their award-winning SUVs and crossovers. Choose between the sleek Mazda CX-5, the sporty CX-30, the capable CX-50, the three-row CX-90, or the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. Discover your dream SUV with 0.9% financing for 36 months today. Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Reading for a personalized test drive, or shop online at piazzamazda.com and tell them Nick Cale sent you.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Police in Lindenwold, New Jersey are looking for the woman they say left a dog in a trash bag in a dumpster. Some NJ Transit engineers will go on strike if their union doesn't reach a deal with the agency by midnight. And part of Kelly Drive is now closed in preparation for the world's largest high school regatta.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in 855-839-1210. You get a line. By the way, this is National Police Week. And today, it is today, I believe, it's during this time, Peace Officers Memorial Day, meaning the cops who were killed across the country during this week. And look, two thoughts on this. One, it's one of my obvious things. Larry Krasner and the mob that supports him, they hate cops. Newsflash. They do. And we're, coming to this spiraling situation with him again on Tuesday. I think that Dugan has, and the building trades, Ryan Boyer and others are solidly behind. They're talking about Krasner fatigue. You see the stuff that he's done. You see his arrogance. You see the mob that's with him. But you got to face the facts that in vast parts of Philadelphia, the guy is clever in who he's playing to. Always telling people in many minority neighborhoods he's bringing people home who were put in jail that shouldn't have been put in jail. I mean, what are you going to do? These people are criminals he's bringing home. Then places like Chestnut Hill, they're insulated from this stuff. And as a result of that, they will fund him and vote for him. The other sad part is we can't even get the FOP to endorse Judge Dugan in this. I mean, you talk about nostalgia. I'll say it. I'm nostalgic for the guy who was the former president of the FOP. What's wrong with you cops? Well, Dom, wait a minute. You can't say that in talk radio. That's not in the script. John, why don't you come back? We had our differences over the years at times. But do you think he wouldn't be sitting there as the head of the FOP here locally and moving heaven and earth to do whatever he could against Krasner, particularly for a guy like Dugan, who stands a reasonable chance? Of course he would. So, in talk radio, and I hear Dan, the cops, come on, Dom, you're expecting too much. Okay, then. If you can't endorse a union guy, an Irish guy, through and through, a judge with a heart, a military veteran over Krasner, you mean to say I'm supposed to sit here then and play footsie with the FOP? So I'm nostalgic for the former president. He would have done the right thing here. Well, Dom, you don't understand the world. The cops got to do what they got to do. Well, they're certainly not protecting me. Is that too much to ask? And I have one guy there who is among my best friends in all the time that I've been doing this. And he's the type of guy who rushes into the battle, et cetera. It's got to be appalling. And McNesby, even when I differed with him, and we did on some things, was always willing to come on, and he would go right after Krasner. It's difficult. I just don't think because we support cops, that means I have to support the FOP. Being honest as I can with this. You wouldn't know. We could bypass it. Why even bring it up? Just it's all pretend. No, I think this has to be all hands on deck. And again, I think Judge Dugan would be a heck of a DA. I think he would strike a great balance in going after criminal behavior. But I think his record indicates, the second chance on more minor stuff. He's not going to be a hang-em DA or anything like it. I think he'd be excellent. He'd be what the city needs. And I really commend the building trades for being out there and supporting him in the manner that they did. They did exactly the right thing. And I think we did too. I think the station, I think this show, when we had him on, we embraced him, the idea. You have goofball Republicans who can't even put up a candidate. I don't think Dugan's going to run as a Republican if he loses in the primary. I wish he would. And Krasner, once again, it'll be difficult. I'll try to tune it out. But I will talk about it if Krasner wins. I'm not going to pretend like it doesn't exist. You got to face reality, and you got to face he's beatable. But the only criticism I have in the campaign is when Krasner brought up the judge's wife. One of my mantras is I don't care at that point. I don't care who it is. They give you the opening of bringing up your wife in any way. You are honor bound to physically attack them. That's what happens. That's what should happen in every one of these things. And if the debate moderator says, whoa, we're not talking about that anymore. Now, I'm not talking about anything else. Everybody knows you don't go after a guy's wife. You just can't do that, particularly in a place like Philadelphia. It's out of bounds. And Judge Dugan did fire back, but I don't think enough in this. And he should have made that point again and again and again to the people there and let it get out virally. And those that don't get it, well, what do you mean? We have big issues in Philadelphia. No, nothing is bigger than your wife. It's the one person in the world that you make that choice. That's the way I feel about it. There's nothing. Yeah, DJ and Luke, your kids, I get that. Your wife is the one you've chosen. You go after that, as has happened here in Philadelphia. And that's it. That is it right there. There's no other issue in the campaign, but you're running for high. I don't care about that. It's out of bounds. You got to apologize immediately. Yeah, I got caught up and I shouldn't have done that. You don't do that. There's no other issue. There's no other talking here. And Krasner routinely does stuff like that. That's what this is about. Well, that's too emotional. You shouldn't be DA. You know what? I think we need more emotion. We need more people that we're talking nostalgia. When did it become that you could do something like that? I went through this with Sam Katz. When John Street's guys, that little guy with the megaphone, was calling his wife the C word on a megaphone in his ear in front of people. That's it. Well, it's a better world now. Men don't act that way now. I'm still betting that men, and probably women, believe in the idea you don't go there. You bring up the wife, and there's nothing else to talk about. That's it. It is completely out of bounds. Yeah, but his wife was a cop. She was in the courtroom here with the judge. Krasner knew exactly what he was doing. So I can't wish hard enough for the judge. And I salute the unions for really taking a principled stand here. Really taking a principled stand by standing up against this. I'm sure there could be repercussions for them. Krasner's not going to forget that. They're spending an awful lot of money. Developers. Did you ever think we'd see a day in Philadelphia where developers and the building trades are allied to spend this amount of money and coming together? It's remarkable. It's because of this guy. Let me go to Mark in Philly here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Mark. Good afternoon.
Hey, what's up? Hey, Dom, are you really surprised that the FOP is going for Krasner?
Well, they're not going for Krasner. They're just not endorsing.
Yeah, well, cops are not the same. Like when I was growing up, like people were scared of cops. They were in shape. Now look at the cops now. They're out of shape. They're lazy. They don't want to work. They're not going to vote for Dugan that's going to, push for what's, right from wrong. They don't want to do anything. It takes like 5 hours when you call the cops. It takes 5 hours for them to get there.
Well, wait a minute, Mark. I'm
laziness
not going to say that about police. A general statement like that.
90% of them.
No, I'm not going to say it about 90%. It's true that we've lowered standards and we've done all that stuff, and there are people that shouldn't be cops, big time.
Right.
It's more the leadership of the FOP. If John McNesby were there, as I said, this would be all out on Krasner, and he would sense that there was a real shot to win this time with a great candidate.
Cops should be treated just like the people that go into the military. There should be tests. They should be in shape. It's like, I don't understand, like, what the difference is.
Well, the difference is, to your point, the difference is DEI, sometimes female cops and others. The standards are low. That's true. I mean, look at the New Jersey State Police. They look pretty good to me.
Yeah, the state troopers always look good. They don't hire people they're always like in check.
Exactly. Thank you, Mark. No, I'm not going to attack it. It's not the cops.
What a take that was.
Yeah.
The cops are so lazy that they don't want to do their job, so they're going to support the guy that hates us.
I didn't make enough of a case. You still think the cops are taking, in the grand scheme of things, and I understand the point, the right course for their membership.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, you still think they're taking, the FOP's taking the right course for their membership.
The thing is, so my argument has always been the FOP has to play this politically, and they don't want to piss off a guy who's kind of cooled down since our new mayor has been elected into office. So where the FOP currently stands, right? In the past, they have been floating the idea of being friendly with Krasner, and then they were against Krasner, and now you have a mayor who is against the policies, it seems, of what Kenny was implementing, and it seems Krasner has been held, I don't want to say he's been held in check, but he's been held more in check than he previously was. I don't know if you want to usurp that kind of positive vibes that currently exist by supporting his enemy and then having the guy want to, come out, because we know the guy is vindictive and he's going to come after you, right?
So I'm expecting too much from cops. Then why should I get all wound up? I don't have a gun. I don't have the authority to use a gun in this situation to protect myself. I expect them to do it. I hear your point, though. It's an interesting one here. And with Judge Dugan, again, I have the utmost respect for him. I can even accept, I've come to learn to live with this, not coming on a show and doing all that. I get it. But, I really have respect for the building trades. What about them? They're putting out all kinds of money, and they were out there in front of this guy. Krasner can retaliate on them, too. Or maybe they're too big to fail. Maybe he recognizes they're not afraid of him. Maybe he wouldn't dare. What's Philadelphia going to be like, let's say, this Saturday? I plan to go to it, Dan, if he wins or if he loses. That would be even better. Because the first time he won, what were thousands of the mob chanting? And we have it somewhere on tape. Blank the cops, but they weren't saying blank. They were saying F the cops, and they weren't saying F. They were saying the full word. Hundreds and hundreds of them. That was their victory chant, not USA, USA, not Philadelphia, not Larry, Larry. They were saying what's in their hearts. They hate the police. He hates the police. He's got people there with him that hate the cops. And that's not going to change. So maybe you're right. Maybe after the election, though, he's mollifying himself to do this. This is a real candidate that could win. That's what I'm saying. All right. Dan's the voice of reason on this. I think it's a great tension. But think about what listeners thought when the FOP endorsed Shapiro. I went nuts then, too. I understood Doug Mastriano was a disgrace. They couldn't endorse him. I was hoping they just wouldn't endorse. But they did endorse Josh Shapiro. So, 855.
That makes no sense to me to endorse Shapiro either. And
but by your theory, to curry favor.
No, to curry favor against someone who hates you, though, versus Shapiro, who I just don't think would care about the Philadelphia FOP if they stayed out of it.
Right.
Like, I don't think they had to build favor with Shapiro, and that's why they threw the endorsement, because if they just stayed out of that race, it wouldn't have mattered, whereas they have day-to-day operations with this guy Krasner,
Right.
so if they, usurp him in the election, he's going to come after them.
All right. But at least the building trades unions, I want to be clear on that, I salute them in this. Yeah, it's difficult for them to be going down this path, but they are, and they're right. 855-839-1210. All right, we got a lot of people want to get them coming to you. And the start time for kids, are we going to have rocket science next year in America? I could see RFK, the stories today indicate he's on board with this. This is another one of these harebrained schemes. Stop it already. They're not doing well in school because the schools haven't bounced back from COVID because they and their parents are not putting enough into it. You think high-achieving kids are saying, oh, man, just look what I'd do if I could sleep another hour? No, they're just doing it. Pretty good for Dan, particularly, the frustration of finding a parking space. Oh, man.
Oh, it's miserable.
When I make that turn and I'm coming down Chestnut and I'm sticking to the other side here so I can see past that big SUV in our parking lot.
Yeah.
And I'm sensing there's a space. And then somebody who shouldn't be there, a small car, has gotten in there where I can't see it. The frustration starts.
Oh, yeah.
The whole day is off. And I try to tell Ro, Dan, she doesn't, Maisie may not understand it. It is a war zone here to find a space in.
Oh, no, trust me, Maisie understands.
Okay.
She's a very compassionate individual, and she's heard a lot about it.
855-839-1210. You get in. I'm coming to your calls next here. Hey, let's talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. One of the things I like most about Dr. Bentz, he doesn't offer one solution. Now, you got to understand, he has great diagnostic skills and equipment. His instincts on that are great. And he's going to give you some of the choices, short-term and long-term. So recently, I had a long consultation with him, finally decided to complete a dental implant. First one for me. And I can say the experience was great. Of course, his skill in removing and then his skill in building back up and monitoring all is second to none. I have complete confidence in that and that comprehensive diagnosis. Dr. Bentz is going to explain something routine even, the options that you have to make the right decision with you for great long-term care. He's got great staff, and boy, he's got that 3D printer. He's got all the accoutrements. Got great dental health. Just call the Bentz Dental Group at 610-272-6949. Make that initial appointment. BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
Weather is sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
The forecast remains unsettled as we finish off the work week. It remains cloudy today, chance for a scattered shower or storm with a high around 76. Tonight, a shower storm possible early, otherwise cloudy with fog developing overnight, low 66. And a warm and humid day on Friday, mostly cloudy with scattered showers and a possible thunderstorm with a high near 80.
Looking to remodel your kitchen? At Kitchen Magic, our products are made right here in Nazareth, PA, so tariff delays won't impact you. We're family-owned, American-made, and this may save up to 30%. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Is that nostalgia, Henry? Is that why you chose that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
We're talking about the police, too.
Yeah,
Play the
okay.
police.
All right.
Clever.
I love that song.
Yeah, I get super
I
nostalgic
think
for it.
about Roe with that. So, yeah, it's very much that.
I think it's about a stalker, though, Dom.
Well, no, you see, wait a minute. That's a modern interpretation of it. I see as a protective husband.
I don't know, man. Every
Yes. There you go.
No.
I bet Maisie would agree with me on this one.
Every breath you
stalker.
take, every
Yes,
move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you every single day.
Yes, of course.
Just think it's little.
Let me go to Anne-Marie Muldoon weighing in here because Mr. Toomey, the case of his son that is, beyond heartbreak, just beyond imagining it. Anne-Marie with us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Anne-Marie.
Hi, Dom. Hi, Dan. I just wanted to let you know, Sting admitted that is about a stalker. He wrote the song about a stalker.
Why would he write about a stalker?
He made millions from it. Who knows? Why is Bruce Springsteen standing in England talking about the United States? I'm brokenhearted. I'm totally brokenhearted. My friends are texting me, calling me. I've been getting, busted on all day. So.
Well, look, we feel for you. Everybody has a flaw. You are almost flawless other than that. You're just a person that rallies all of Northeast Philadelphia. But it's becoming close to a fatal flaw, I got to say, with this guy.
Yeah, I'll agree. I mean, I agree. I'm actually sitting here on this one going, how do I ever go to a concert again? But
it's pretty bad. Anne-Marie, it's getting worse, too. He just didn't make an aside here. You heard, I read out word by word. It was a lot on this.
Yeah.
And bringing up people's sadistic pleasure taking from kids when you're sitting on $1 billion plus, it's beyond guts.
Yeah, and the thing is then afterwards he goes into a 3-hour amazing concert, and I would have been sitting there probably crying by that point. But, he shouldn't – listen, he has his right to express whatever he wants to express, but to me it shouldn't be on stage like that with half his audience he knows does not agree with him. Now, in England, they sound like they were cheering, but for how many people were there, it didn't sound like a whole lot. But I think you touched on something with the nostalgia. It was high school for me, sitting in the playground. We listened to Bruce that was born in the USA. And I'm going to answer your nostalgia question, and it's 2 things. My grandpa used to take me to Kitty City every Sunday morning, and then we would come home.
Right.
Then we would come home for Sunday dinner, Sunday gravy.
Yes. Thank you for that.
Yeah. every Sunday gravy. So they're the things. But yeah, with Bruce, I don't know. I don't know. I'm speechless actually, and that's pretty hard to do. But
well, I'm sure when we call you up when you're at Mulligan's, you'll have a better rationale at that point for the annual look at this.
I think he's just got Trump derangement syndrome. Honestly, I think he really does. He's a New Jersey, New Yorker. Maybe he had some run-in with him back in the day. I don't know, but he's got a loose screw when it comes to Trump. That's for sure. I'm not going to deny it.
Thank you, Anne Marie. And Dan, I think Anne Marie's been to what, like 20 concerts or so?
No, like 50.
50?
Yeah, I think she reached her 50th this year.
Oh, God. Yeah. Yes, it is hard to believe when you hear those statements. Okay.
Sauce.
Yes, Gravy was said again. Nona's, that new film on Netflix, Gravy, Grandmom's Gravy.
Nona's. Looks pretty good, right? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, Nona's.
Yeah, Vince Vaughn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true story based on a true story of grandmothers that essentially took over a restaurant, and he opened a restaurant.
And they use the word gravy in the headline on Netflix. That's what I saw.
A misplaced Italian American grandmother.
Yeah.
There, calling it the wrong thing.
855-839-1210. You can jump on board. And I was referencing Sean Toomey, who was brutally killed by creeps that are still in juvie here. And Larry Krasner continues on. By the way, could there be a more all-American family when we bring them on, the Fitzgeralds, right? And Krasner, nope, not going for the death penalty. Everybody in the world says, oh, my God, look at what happened there at Temple to the now sergeant. And yet Krasner rides on. What is wrong with Philadelphia? What is wrong with the mob in Philadelphia? There's a lot wrong with them. And Krasner is skillful. You got to give credit to the enemy. He's skillful in playing what's wrong with them. 855-839-1210. You get in.
Toyota is proud to present the 98th Stotesbury Cup Regatta on the Schuylkill River, May 16th and 17th. Enjoy the Toyota experience in Stotesbury Village near the grandstand finish line, where the 2025 Toyota lineup will be on display. Come and visit the world's oldest and largest high school rowing competition along the Schuylkill River and see a variety of 2025 Toyota trucks at the Athletes Village near the launching dock. See you at the regatta. Toyota, let's go places.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Let us help you find your dream home. A home loan with American Heritage Credit Union has rates lower than the national average. Our team will guide you through every step, from pre-approval to getting your keys. With the MyCU Home Connection program, you'll have access to exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal housing opportunity. NMLS 433838.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878.
Never miss a moment from the Dom Giordano program again. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 1210 WPHT. And listen whenever and whatever works best for you.
All right, that's absolutely the case. 855-839-1210. Boy, the most comments we've gotten today, Dan, when you were out, Henry got 3 straight calls on the name of the drive-in theater that played adult movies. On Twitter, somebody tells me City Line on the Boulevard. I think it was next to the Sheridan. Our friend worked in the kitchen. We'd go to see him and peek through the bushes and laugh hysterically at the movies being shown. So that's the thing. Not Medicaid, not the national story, not Krasner. It's that. Nostalgia is the side question. Today's day, first McDonald's, and it was a drive-in. Andrea in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Andrea.
How are
Andrea.
you?
Yeah, good.
I'm calling. Yeah, I'm calling about your bus thing. I kind of understand your points, but I think RFK Jr. has the information, the studies. They tried it in Europe, and the children did better. And it's really a bus schedule. Okay, so the buses go around, pick up elementary, then they pick up the middle, and then they pick up the high schoolers. So all they have to do is flip the schedule. You understand? It's not a bit.
Wait a minute.
All it is. It's for the
wait a
buses.
minute. But you're buying into this idea that these kids are not doing well, that suddenly their sleep schedule is, and all these years we didn't know that.
Yeah, I know. We weren't as lazy. I took naps. I had marching band, Girl Scouts. I had an instrument to practice.
Right.
You understand? I had homework. I was in academic placement, the college, preparing for college. I could have gotten college credit in high school. I was a major academic, and I had extracurricular.
Okay, so why are these kids
because
different?
when I came home at 4:00 after staying for band and
you were tired.
I get it. But you know what? So what? What's the big deal? It's not even an hour, frankly. I had to be in school started at 7.
I'll tell you what the big deal is,
7:30.
because it's cockamamie and it's fraudulent. They're lazy, and so are their parents.
The parents are. I get it. The parents are lazy, but you know what? My parents weren't on top of me. People aren't being self-motivated any longer, because the culture is to be stupid. Oh, I never read a book. I know. That's the culture now. Now we used to laugh and make fun of dummies. I mean, they need to start making fun of. You're a dummy. You didn't spend the time on it, and why do you want to be stupid and be laughed at?
Thank you, Andrew. I love your style. That's right. It used to be nostalgia. It used to be, yes. Now, well, it's cool. Watch for this breaking with the guy. It's cockamamie to me. Around the edges. Is it going to, look, I'm on board with RFK Jr. when he stays in the lanes. When he goes into this stuff, it's pseudoscience. It's guys that have had this edge their whole time. Suddenly, America's going to be in a golden age if they can go to school later. You're really buying that. All right, 855-839-1210. You can grab a line, hit us on something you're nostalgic about. Henry, did we get yours?
Yeah, the MLB All-Star.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, stuffing the ballot box.
Yeah, I want a ballot. I want to stuff the ballot box.
You want to stuff the ballot? I agree with you.
You need that paper ballot in my hands.
Need the paper ballot. I'm going to take the biggest one off the board, and I always do this. and Luke and his girlfriend particularly, look at me like I'm crazy, cash. That people carry cash around. What is the downside of carrying cash, Henry, around? What is it?
I don't know.
You're going to be mugged?
Yeah, that like if you walk around like that's the same like logic as the White Marsh Parade thing.
Yes.
I can't carry cash because I might get mugged. It's like, I carry cash. I got some cash in me right now.
Okay, good. Oh, good. Yeah, that's right. All right, don't mug Henry here to blow the theory.
Yeah, please.
Dan's into something else. I'm not going to get to cash. But I'm nostalgic for that, where cash was king and it was easy to do. I don't understand the difficulty.
I think it's all about credit nowadays. Everyone wants to build their credit. Everything's going to be paid on credit. Paid and paid off.
Don't buy as many expensive coffees then. Maybe you won't have to. You'll have your own money. Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. We got Dom's Money Melody, big 2 o'clock hour. The pimple ball. Somebody was nostalgic for that. I agree. But it gives off gaseous climate things. You can't have pimple balls anymore. I think they're banned in 26 states. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Dawn Stensland here. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full lines of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Police in Lindenwold, New Jersey are looking for the woman they say left a dog in a trash bag in a dumpster. Some NJ Transit engineers will go on strike if their union doesn't reach a deal with the agency by midnight. And part of Kelly Drive is now closed in preparation for the world's largest high school regatta.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, welcome in, Dom Time. So, leading story today, 38% State Farm has been given approval to raise their rates as a percentage in California. 38%. Now, you know, I'm sure they've taken a pretty good hit given what went on there. But does that seem legit? Well, let's look at what the threat is. The first threat you would see in California is what we saw play out, what can happen. But then you have to take into account they vote for dopes like the mayor of Los Angeles. So there is a get what you deserve part to it. You have to factor that in. You have to give the insurance companies some leeway. If you have progressives involved, then you're going to have more difficulty when you do have a major disaster. They're going to cause it. But 38% raising that on the backs of this does seem to me to be, I think Delaware is one of the lowest insurance rates by law. Hawaii is low, which surprised me. California is right up there at the top. And again, 38% they've raised it in the wake of what we've seen. I got to say, and most people give credit to the Trump administration for going in, the federal government part of this, removing as much red tape as they can and trying to get people building and back in their homes. But 38%. All right, 855-839-1210, you get in. Here is Rashida Tlaib breaking down on the floor of the House about, once again, Gaza, the children, things related to that. And Tlaib, of course, is an all-time anti-Semite and hater. And the mob around Gaza, even, I'm not sure which one I interviewed. They had a book out. I was at Gitmo. So it was a major thing. We're the first radio station at Gitmo. But the biggest reaction I got the first night there was either Ben or Jerry was author of a book. And we had him on. You know, he was on a book tour. He doesn't know any better. And it got pretty intense. He went nuts yesterday during the testimony of RFK Jr., but it wasn't about RFK Jr. It was their favorite thing, Gaza, which brings us back to a point that Dan and I always make.
We do have the Ben cut if you want that.
Okay, yeah. That they're getting their information, he may be too, from TikTok. And how's that going with the TikTok ban? Well, Trump, I think, is just going to put it off again. So I thought we were all on board, TikTok spying on us. I have a story here from Fox 29 about students with computers that may be coming. Yeah, the Chromebook challenge. Schools alert parents of dangerous social media trend. Kids are using a special technique to set their Chromebooks on fire. Many schools, including one in Medford Challenge, have sent out letters to parents notifying them of the Chromebook challenge. What they do is this challenge encourages students to intentionally damage or break their school-issued Chromebooks and share the act online for attention. The Wallingford Swarthmore School District to talk to your child responsible use of this.
Don, what they're doing is they're
they stick a pencil.
Well, no, it's a metal object into the charging port, and they're short-circuiting the battery and causing essentially the computers to light on fire.
Right. And I don't
Look
know.
at Henry over here laughing at this.
I'm sorry. If I were in high school and this was a trend, I'd be doing it too.
Well,
I'm not a good person. I wasn't a good person in high school. I'll say
the
that
point
much.
are they getting it from somewhere? And it seems to be social media, aka maybe TikTok. And this is one of the dangers, one of the things we've talked about, and yet we go on with it. It seems to be stalled. Maybe if those kids could go to school later, they wouldn't be setting their school-issued computer on fire. Okay. Sticking metal objects and or pencils
That's
in
the
there.
solution.
That's the solution. Yeah. You wake up later, I'm not going to do that then. All right, here is Rashida Tlaib. I would say probably the most insufferable, and that's saying something, of the entire squad, just breaking down.
They illegally evict Palestinian families, Mr. Speaker, and demolish homes and deny Palestinians basic human rights. We honor those all around the world. I want them to know that Congresswoman Cori Bush and I see you. We know the suffering. We know that there's lasting harms of settler colonialism, as well as ethnic cleansing and apartheid. There are days that I feel so alone in this chamber as the only Palestinian American serving in Congress. The dehumanization and the anti-Palestinian racism here is painful, especially when my colleagues remain silent on the starvation of children and vote to send more bombs to the Israeli government while they commit war crimes with impunity. Today we are witnessing a genocide in Gaza. So many human rights organizations, advocacy groups, NGOs, folks on medical mission have confirmed. The campaign to erase Palestinians from existence is happening right now, live streamed for all of us to see, while the world sits and does nothing. Palestinians were right. The Nakba never ended. Across Gaza, the medical system has been deliberately destroyed. The Israeli government is using starvation as a weapon of war, which is a war crime. The thousands of trucks carrying food and life-saving aid sit blocked at the border while Palestinian families starve. Instead of agreeing to a ceasefire, war criminal Netanyahu is now preparing a full-scale assault to ethnically cleanse and forcibly expel the entire Palestinian population from Gaza and to flatten and permanently occupy the land. This was always their plan. He said it himself. Israeli forces have killed more than 52,000 Palestinians, and nearly 70% of them were women and children. Babies who did not live to see their first birthday. There are thousands more who are dismembered, unrecognizable, burned alive, buried beneath the rubble, and presumed dead. Nearly 1.9 Palestinians have been displaced once again. Each year, our country sends billions of dollars to maintain this apartheid state and support the ongoing ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. Our country is complicit, Mr. Speaker, because our nation is funding this genocide. The Israeli government will not stop until we place an arms embargo. Majority of Americans support it. We must save lives, no matter faith or ethnicity. A child is a child. My city's only crime in the eyes of the Israeli apartheid government was that she was born Palestinian.
You want me to fast forward to where she breaks down, though?
Yeah, let's hear that. And just while you're doing that, Dan, there's a big meltdown here. No, we're not shedding any tears here. We know exactly what the Israelis are after, killing every single one of Hamas, every single one of them. Here's the end.
I pray that the ongoing Nakba against the Palestinians will end. And one day they will be free. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about something that's happening right here in our backyard.
And then she switches to another
Yeah.
topic,
I have no sympathy, not even the slightest. There's no humanity here. There's nothing that I feel other than, okay, then. We know about October 7th. We know what's going on there. And we know that the president, there's not been a lot of media coverage of some of the inroads he's made. So I'm willing to give a little space there. Although, I'm not a fan of saying these societies like Saudi Arabia are okay. They're not. But I realize in his position, he's trying to move them forward. All right, let's go to Joe of Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon. You often bring up the inadequacies of the District Attorney, Larry Krasner. My nostalgia is for the former district attorney, Lynn Abraham. She was endearing as a person and no nonsense as district attorney of Philadelphia.
That is a great one, Joe. Yeah, and Seth Williams was a lot better with his own personal flaws than Larry Krasner, without a doubt. Yeah, how did we stumble into this whole thing with Krasner and just outrage after outrage? Well, it's what's wrong with Philadelphia. The Kevin Bacons of the world, that jerk. We play you talking about the Peabody Award and how brilliant he thinks Larry Krasner is. All right? And the one thing that seemed to spring people into action was shoplifting. So Krasner has tried to tamp that down. Let him get elected again, and we'll see a lot more of it. All right, I'm coming to your calls, 855-839-1210. But first, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
That's right. As always, this week we're playing for a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus New Hampshire Fisher Cats at First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania on Thursday, June 12th. Wait a minute. Stop for a minute. I thought I saw the sun out there. No, that is partially one sliver. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com. All right, What do we have?
All right, Dom. So today we're asking for something you're nostalgic for. And
Yes.
I think a lot of people born in the 90s, even the 2000s, will be nostalgic for this band I'm about to play you.
Okay.
They have a patriotic title as their band name. They've been on hiatus for the last 13 years. It's been 13 years since they've released their last album. And I got to say, I miss them. I mean, they put out absolute banger after banger in mid-aughts. I can't believe it's been this long since they've released any music. But so to say, they have an album releasing sometime this year. So they say.
Oh,
they have
boy.
one single out right now from that album. I'm not going to play that single today.
Okay.
Instead, I'm going to play them covering Def Leppard here. I want to know the name of this band covering Def Leppard.
Oh, they're terrible.
They're not Joe Pesci. I'll give them that.
Kind of sounds like Joe Pesci, to be honest.
All right, identify that, and you're off with 3 friends to see the Reading Phillies.
A little bit about this band, Dom.
Yes.
Over 12 million albums worldwide.
Wow.
Ranked top 100 artists of the 2000s.
Mm-hmm. That is a bit surprising, but there's different taste. All right, 855-839-1210. Get in. We'll get an answer to that. We'll take more of your calls. And upcoming, this White Marsh thing is not the only place that's chickened out from having an event. Gloucester Township with Mayor, someone reminded me, they have too. I'll tell you about that. And what's the mindset that says, nope, we can't do family events, parades, because some people are going to cause difficulties, potentially. All straight ahead, Talk Radio 1210.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When the stock market becomes too volatile, investors who try to get out are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now. You'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers are not worried about market volatility.
Kathleen Rocco from Langhorne, PA. I've never liked the stock market, that it goes up and down, and seems to me it goes down more than it's up. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I benefit in the good times and in the bad times, I'm not losing money. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer starts here at Tri-County Toyota, where the deals are heating up for the month of May. Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on select new Toyotas, including the 2025 Corolla, the 2025 Camry, the 2025 Prius, the 2025 RAV4, the 2025 Highlander, and the 2025 Grand Highlander. Plus, choose from over 70 trucks they have in stock, with rates starting at 1.99% on the new 2024 Tacoma and a new 2025 Tundra. Visit online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, nostalgia. Today, McDonald's founded 1940s. It was a drive-in, not a drive-through. So we're doing that, something nostalgic to you. And Henry has something nostalgic here, this group that finally is going to be back with us. Tell us who it is. All right, let's go to Tony and Delco. Tony, hi. Who's the group?
This is total guess. I'm going to guess America.
No. All righty. All right, 855-839-1210. You got any other clue on this?
I mean, it's a patriotic band name. I can say that much.
Right. All right.
They, again, peaked probably in the 2000s. This was their concert, the VH1 Rock Honors in 2006 that you're hearing here. How else would I put them? Do you have anything else, Dan? I don't know. Yeah. Guess we'll have to wait and see.
All right, 855-839-1210. We'll get a winner here. Call in, and we'll put you on when we have a winner then. Let's go to Scott in Mount Laurel. Hey, Scott, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. I'll tell you that Rashida Tlaib, there's so many. I don't think she said one factually correct thing in her whole diatribe. But the biggest thing is this was their plan all along. She's talking about the Israelis.
Yes.
No. The plan is Hamas to wipe out the Jews. That's the plan all along. And the other thing is, did the Israelis plan to be attacked on October 7th? No, they didn't.
Well,
So now
in fact, it was shocking how bad their security and intelligence was on that attack day. That's exactly right.
Yeah, now that they were attacked, now it's like I come up and I punch you in the face and say, well, ceasefire. Like, I mean, give me a break. Now we're supposed to have a ceasefire after they get their shots in. It's ridiculous.
No, exactly. And on and on and on. And TikTok is helping to fuel this. That's where people get their information. We've lost sight of what was done on October 7th. There's no media out there that continuously reminds people all that we see or that this type of diatribe. Yeah.
Yeah, and really, it's the Palestinians are the ones that are using their people, or Hamas is using them as this human shield. So if they're getting killed, I mean, Israel goes to great lengths to try to avoid hitting civilians, and it's Hamas and the Palestinians that make it impossible to do that.
Yeah, what's your theory on the lack of endorsement, Scott, by the FOP?
Well, if you want to put a positive spin on it, I think it's possible that unfortunately there are a lot of people in Philadelphia that don't like the police. I mean, it's a very left-wing place,
right.
And perhaps if the police endorse one candidate, that signals, to a lot of people in Philadelphia to vote for the other one.
But remember, they're not just the police. They tell me this all the time. They are a labor union.
Well, I listen to your show, as you know, religiously, and I've never heard that said before. I've never thought of them as a labor. I mean, they're considered the police.
Right, that's what they consider themselves. And, Scott, I'm saying it because their brothers, the building trades, have put it on the line here all out, and I commend them. They're going against the flow because they have in Dugan a guy that's sensitive to stuff but is a veteran, all the great things. It's a perfect candidate. The police have to endorse, in my mind. It's shameful.
Well, but building trade unions are seen as Democrats. They are seen as left wing.
Okay.
So the people that live in Philadelphia, which are mostly Democrats, that endorsement might get them to vote for someone. The cops are seen as right wing, against certain people, whatever the case may be. And there's people that will go against the cops no matter what. I mean, I'm just throwing out a theory. I have no idea if that's the reason.
I hear you, and everybody's got to look out for themselves. But what am I supposed to do when I see an existential threat here and my protectors that I admire second to none? I admire the police if I had to choose more than the military for the simple reason the military we support. The cops, you have the mob that doesn't. They have it harder.
If the FOP's goal in this, if it is what I said, is to get the right DA elected, They are protecting you. I mean, you got to win the election. As you always say, we got to win. Forget everything else. They can say the right thing, but if we don't win, it's meaningless.
Well, that's why you got to support them. Raise money, support them.
Well, raising money, I would agree with that would help them. I mean, like I said, I don't know if it helps for them to get more votes for someone by not endorsing this guy. That way, a lot of the people that are hardcore lefties would vote for him.
Right, are so bad, maybe to go on the down low and not endorse him. I could buy that.
Yeah, because some of the people say, oh, yeah, if they get this new DA, if the police like this DA, that means he's going to go after all of us, and he's going to, whatever, stuff they come up with.
I gotcha. Who's your nostalgia? What's your nostalgia, Scott?
I'll tell you what I miss. I miss the days when sports media, when people said what they wanted in the media, they went after each other. You didn't have all this coach speak. You had Buddy Ryan going after Mike Ditka and vice versa. You had the media ask Dallas Green what happened with him and Luzinski, and he says, well, he called me Hitler and I called him fat. I mean, that's good stuff.
Great line from Dallas. Yeah, Dallas Green's not going to survive today. You're right.
That's what I miss.
That's a good line. Thank you, Scott. That is a great line there. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Dan will take your call. We'll get a winner here.
Let me give one more hint on that.
Go ahead.
And I want everyone who's playing Money Melody to listen to my words very carefully. All right? I don't want to have to move along from the Money Melody here, but if I have to, I will keep it my dirty little secret.
There you go.
Even if it gives you hell.
All right.
What he just did there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm looking at Morse code here for that. Yes. All right. So if you can't get it on that, you mustn't know that genre at all.
At some point, you might just want to play the first 5 seconds of that one.
Literally.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Those clues, you ought to be calling them right now. We'll send you off to the Reading Phillies. Get with Dan. He's standing by, and we will get a winner. By the way, I mentioned a moment ago. All right. So we have over in White Marsh. If you missed it at the top of the show, the parade, the whole thing. They are going to, I think because of pressure, I salute them for doing this. May 22nd, a week from today, 6:30, I'm going to go to this, hopefully get some sound from various parties there. They're going to give you a breakdown of why, apparently, they're not going to do the parade. They're going to show all the things that went into this decision. I can hardly wait. But at least they're responding to that. Gloucester Township in April put their big night, their family night, on hiatus. I do know now it's indefinitely after more than 40 years. They have had trouble with gangs of kids. So we know some of it is due to Murphy and the former attorney general. Remember the whole thing? Oh, we know that police are bigoted. Remember this? We passed now recreational marijuana laws. That means they can't go after adults of color. They're going to go after kids of color then. Remember that? So they put in all the stuff that what the cops can't do. And what happened at the Jersey Shore? And it will continue this summer. It's going to be difficult. And now some events like Belmar had a carnival recently, and Gloucester Township has, as I'm looking at the news account, indefinitely said, no, we're not going to do this family night thing because they have big trouble. Well, should the response be, well, Don, what are you going to do? You know what the response should be. Call in as many cops as much as you need, lock every single one of them up, tell the public that you're going to be monitoring what judges do, name names, follow the trail. Can you just capitulate to this stuff? How much capitulation? Now, at least Gloucester Township had problems, Belmar problems. They haven't had any problem over in White Marsh. They say there's not just no credible threat, there's no threat. They're doing this on their own with this police chief. Are you kidding me? All right, we're going to have on tomorrow our listener who got the petition together around this, calling it out beautifully. But Gloucester Township is doing it. How can you remain in office? Is that what people want? We've gotten into a period. All right, we're talking nostalgia. What would happen in the past around something like this? You would be voted out of office. There'd be big trouble if you didn't say, we're going to hold this. We're going to have enough cops there. You are not going to destroy it. We're making this a red line. We're saying, no, whatever we have to do, bring in the state police, bring in whatever you have to do. Well, why do that? Let's just let them, if there's enough of a threat here, social media and the like, we're going to capitulate. All right, so the person that sent it to me, that's a real good example. All right, let's go to Chris in South Jersey. Let's see what's happening here on Money Melody. Hey, Chris, welcome in. Who's the band?
Tom, I think it's the All-American Rejects.
All right, Chris, I would ask, how the heck did you know that?
I called my grandson.
Beautifully done. That is a great answer. Enjoy the game, Chris. Yes. Oh, my God. That's what we welcome. That's great research.
If you didn't catch it at the end there, what Henry did is he took three of their most famous hits, strung them along together into one thought there, and that might have been the winner there.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. All right, so we got a winner, and off to the Reading Phillies. Enjoy. We'll have one more tomorrow. Money Melody around 2:13 each day. All right, here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. What should these towns do? Now, it's easy for me to say. If they would agree to come on, they can try to make their argument. So the mountain won't come to Mohammed. Mohammed's going to the mountain of White Marsh. I'll be there 6:30, a week from today, May 22nd, on Flowertown Road at the Colonial Elementary School. I give them credit for being willing to hold an event, and they're going to explain their side. I'm amazed. I think it's going to be almost cartoonish, to put it mildly. But I'll be there. We'll get some sound. I encourage listeners to go, particularly if you live in the area or you can't believe this stuff. Go. Coming up, which grocery chain, and people are partial, maybe growing up and they stick with it, to a grocery store chain, like some of the big ones. Acme, Giant, Costco, Wegmans is new. Which one in the Philadelphia area, the largest grocery store by market share? This grocery store, or place that sells groceries, has 16.4% in the Philadelphia metro area, meaning Philadelphia and all those surrounding counties, and I guess the South Jersey counties. It has almost, 16.5% people shop for their groceries there. I was really surprised by this. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, don't miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements. Going on right now with prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of the 1250 omega-3s, which I take, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Now remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hands are meant to hold.
All right, Dom Giordano show coming up on the lightning round, but get yours in. Something you're nostalgic about. Largest grocers by market share in Philadelphia. Surprisingly to me, Wegmans, which I really like, not one near me, but 5.7%. BJ's Wholesale Club, 4.5%. ShopRite, only 3.7%. That surprised me. Target, 3.5%. Whole Foods, that's a niche, 2.5%. The biggies, Giant, 12.8%. I might have declared them the winner, but I definitely would have said that Acme Markets would be the winner. They're at 15.8%, but they're not.
Acme.
Most people in the Philadelphia area shop for their groceries 16.4% at Walmart.
Huh.
I just can't imagine a selection. And it's not a supermarket in there, the Walmart that I know. I mean,
they're good now, man. Some of these Walmarts are beautiful.
That's sorry, I'm not
Got
buying
some good produce.
Yeah. Oh, I can't imagine. That's the first area I was going to go.
One of them I
after.
walk into, you look left, and it looks like a ShopRite. It's it's like half the store is a ShopRite.
I gotta see
or
it.
an Acme.
They're not in the business of that. All things to all people. That's a loser, I think. But they're the winner. And now they're talking about raising prices, tariff, and all that stuff. But did that surprise you, Dan?
No. And
that's
they're the leader nationwide, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, Philadelphia area.
Oh,
Philadelphia metro area. Yes. I don't see Aldi or
no,
Aldi
it doesn't surprise
here.
me because I feel there's a ton of I hate to use a liberal phrase, but the phrase food desert I do think applies to a lot of Philadelphia, and Walmart does fill that void where I think they come in and have the produce and the groceries.
I got to check the produce. That's the first thing I look at in a market to determine, blindfold me, bring me in the produce aisles. If it looks mealy and all that, that's a problem. All right, let's go to Eileen, Gloucester Township, which is ruled by a petty little dictator named Mayor. I'm not making it up. When I say that, people say, oh, come on, the guy's name can't be Mayor. It is Mayor. MM. Eileen in Gloucester Township. Hi, Eileen. Welcome in.
Hi. How you doing, Dom?
Good.
I'm calling in reference to the mob scene that we had last year at our fundraiser for scholarship.
Right.
It was Belmar this year. We had 100 kids, okay, that came.
Right.
Belmar had 400 kids. Okay. I didn't know how you would anticipate that many kids were going to show up. And where would you get all the police officers? We had policemen from the surrounding towns come and help our policemen last year.
Right.
Okay. And we weren't dealing with Pennsauken also had the same issue last year. However, the reason that nothing really gets done is because of our illustrious Attorney General with all the restrictions he put on our policemen. Okay, number one. Number two, Mr. Hutchinson, who is legislature, now he used to be councilman in our township. Now he's state legislature. He tried to get a bill passed for stiffer sentences for these kids and the adults who participate in these mob scenes. And the other restriction that they put was no mask. Okay.
Right.
Murphy vetoed it because of the mask. Because, are you ready? Because they might be wearing it for medical reasons or religious reasons.
Look, Eileen, you're doing a great job.
Are you kidding me?
You're doing a great job of laying it out, and I understand it. But you notice places like Wildwood, and we'll have the mayor on. They're taking bolder steps, and they're getting closer to dealing with this. So, is your position in the end then they just can't have this event?
No, I would want the event, but I would want more penalties for people who come in and do what they do, okay? and the policemen's hands are tied because they're juveniles.
Right.
Okay. And they can't, God forbid, you can't, prosecute a juvenile. And we're the adults in this picture. Somebody's dropping them off. If they're not getting Uber,
Right.
okay, to come in, how are they getting there? Okay. We're the parents. The
Well,
parents
look,
should be held
we're all in
accountable.
agreement, and I understand the playing field. I'm not negating that. But I still am in the camp that you just can't be canceling these events.
No, you can't. Okay, but I'm telling you that the policemen's hands are tied. Okay, and they don't get any cooperation from the state in reference to what they can do and what they can't do, and it's just sickening. Okay, that other people. This is a scholarship event. Okay, for the kids in our
Right.
township, and it wasn't the kids in our township that participated. These were kids
Right.
from other areas.
I
okay?
understand. Thank you, Eileen. Look, I understand the playing field carefully. We'll be broadcasting from Farley a week from tomorrow, our annual event, and we'll have Mayor Ernie on. I know they've drawn up some, and we'll see if we can get on maybe Keith Hartzell over in Ocean City. What are they going to do? Remember, Ocean City, of all places, you had these punks, a little bit more affluent, and they had to put all those restrictions in with you can't be on the sand and all this stuff and time and everything else. They seem to get sort of a hand. Now, this is a little bit different. This is rioting. But you got to make a choice ultimately here. Despite the Murphys, and I do hope Jack Chittarelli makes this an issue in the whole deal here. Wait a minute. I don't know if I'll go to a chef that calls it sauce.
Not only is he a chef, he's the guy that brings the homemade
I know,
sauce
but I renounce him,
every
though.
remote.
I renounce ever taking anything from this guy. Let's go to, I thought it was chief. I thought a police chief was calling in. So, Dan, would you do the event in Gloucester Township with Mayor or no?
Yeah.
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 You have to ask for the National Guard. You have to go to the place. I mean, just one thing to Eileen. This is a guy who made national news, Mayor, same guy who cancels this event because he thought people shouldn't be out trick-or-treating, I think he said after 6:30 or 7 o'clock. And he had the fire trucks throughout the whole Gloucester Township.
That's ridiculous.
Telling people to go home. Stu Bykowski went after him more than I did. Yet, he'll capitulate on this. You can't capitulate. We know how bad Murphy is in this attorney general. The previous attorney general was worse. So what are Wildwood and Ocean City going to do this year? Are they going to capitulate and say, nope, we can't do anything because they won't listen to us, these juveniles? You don't mess with Ocean City. Remember when they had the problem, with the seagulls? What did they do? They brought this guy in that looked like that weird scientist in Independence Day with the owl and the hawks and all. And they hunted down the seagulls. And the seagulls said, I don't think Ocean City, buddy. Don't go there. They got an owl, like thousands of feet in the air. An owl. They're not going to let you ruin Ocean. Would you get Keith on?
Yeah, Keith.
Maybe tomorrow, Dan, because we'll have other people on, and then he'll be with us at Mulligan's. But yeah, get Keith Hartzell on tomorrow. What's Ocean City going to do this year? Ernie will get on with Farley. But Chef Dave, we love Chef Dave in Oakland. Let's see how he answers the big question, though. Hey, Chef Dave, welcome in, and thanks for all the goodies you bring us.
Sauce or gravy?
It's sauce, Dom. That's what us Italians call it.
Well, I don't know. I think the most authentic Italians I know are in South Philly. Isn't that the capital? When you think of Italian in this area, what place do you think of as the biggest Italian brand?
Well, in South Jersey, Pennsylvania, yes, it is Philadelphia.
It's South
my
Philly.
My family was from Newark. Yeah, South Philly.
Okay. Yeah.
I love South Philly.
Okay.
You know.
Well, why do you think it's sauce? Why do you think it's sauce?
Well, I texted all my Italian friends from Italy, and they all kept saying sauce.
Oh, man.
Why?
Yeah, we got the Italian Americans versus the true Italians going on here now.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Well, I'm Italian American, so you know.
My man.
All right. So what are you nostalgic about, Dave? What's your answer today?
Sears and Roebuck. Everything at
Yes.
Sears and Roebuck was great. Made in America. I have a log splitter my father-in-law bought in 1982.
Well, wait a
It
minute.
still works.
Dave, you're onto something because you probably know, maybe listeners don't. Sears and Roebucks would sell you build your own house at one point was in the catalog. That you could build your own
Yeah,
house.
you could buy them.
You could buy Dan, you could buy a house that you would build from Sears and Roebuck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I see them
exactly.
once in a while for sale.
A log splitter.
You know, you go
Yeah.
on Trula,
Yeah.
and you see this a Sears and Roebuck's house for sale.
Unbelievable.
This is like 50 years later.
Yeah.
I know what Walmart did to get rid of Sears and Roebuck?
What?
They told us all that everything they bought was made in America, and they lied to us. It was all made in China.
That is a great call. I don't know if Walmart knocked them off, but you notice Walmart is resilient. Amazon was knocking them off. What do? They start delivering sort of with stuff and all, you know? I thought internet knocked Sears and Roebuck out too. But Dan, imagine ordering a home from Sears and Roebuck. Not that they're building, I think you build it, but you get the materials. A Sears home.
Just gonna show up with a bunch of raw materials, and
I gotta say that was pretty
I
good.
ain't building a home.
That was pretty
Can you
good.
Imagine me out there
People
building
would
a house?
love that today.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty good call, to put it mildly. He really hit a lot of bases.
$997 for modern home number 264B206.
Oh, God,
1916.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine living in a day when we had phone books too. If you wanted to call someone, you had a phone book. Their name and number was in it.
Or if you wanted to test your strength.
Well,
How can I
that's
rip
true
this
too.
in half?
And what's better, to have the area code or to have Howard was one of the things you dialed. HOWARD. That was an area code, or that was South Philly, Howard.
I mean, should it be like I don't know,
Howard.
Giuseppe?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Giuseppe. That's right.
Dial Giuseppe
No.
from South Philly?
No, you know what you dial? Gravy.
No.
There you go.
sauce.
You
Sauce.
dial gravy.
Dial sauce.
All
Yeah,
right,
South Philly.
855. Thanks, Chef Dave. We'll see you soon. 855-839-1210. It is the lightning round next on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, it's Rob Beto with Keystone Window. Are you thinking of replacing your old, drafty, iced-over windows? Before you call Keystone, try this. Call those big window companies. You know who they are. No matter what price they give you, just say no, no. And watch how that price starts to drop. Funny thing is, Keystone's first and only price is lower than the final price they give you. Why? Because it's the honest way to do business. You see, if they lie before they have your money, how will you be treated after they do? Think about it. Call Keystone Window for a free estimate. We'll give you the real price right up front, good for 30 days. Save $80 per window on the best Energy Star vinyl windows made today. Lifetime warranty with labor, financing available. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news.
for real people.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, it is the lightning round. Nostalgia today. McDonald's 1940, and it was a drive-in, not a drive-through. The Earl of Tacony, the master of something like this. Earl, what do you have today?
First off, with phone numbers. Phone numbers used to be localized by certain neighborhoods.
Yes.
You knew where someone lived or where a company was. In fact, the only thing that does that now is the city. All city numbers are 686, which stands for MU6, which was municipal.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
And I already told you the story before about the Lincoln Drive-In being an adult movie drive-in back before they closed, where the tractor trailers used to park on the boulevard and they'd watch from their cabs as the movie was playing.
Yeah, that's the most calls
down.
we've gotten in months of people bothering Henry back there of great knowledge of drive-in porn theaters. Yeah. Yes. God.
But my answer is going to be just generalized patriotism. I was around during the bicentennial celebration, and I remember seeing they used to have the geese signs. The Delaware River Port Authority had signs up directing people to the different bridges because they were from out of town. They were building hotels over. They were selling all sorts of stuff. Part of it was for the money. Part of it was for the patriotism. We're already 1 year away from the sesquicentennial, and I'm not seeing any patriotism. I'm not seeing any marketing coming to Philadelphia and celebrating the 250th anniversary of the country.
Thank you. Looking back and looking forward. That's true. Drew in Upper Darby. Hi, Drew.
Hey, Dom. Thanks so much. Dom, it seems as though we're moving more towards a desensitized society. And here's what I miss. I miss when neighbors looked out for his fellow neighbors. Dom, when I was growing up, 90% of the mothers were stay-at-home moms, and everybody knew each other. This mom would look out for these kids, and and so forth. And I learned this from when I carried the mail. I watched it evolve. Like neighbors don't even know each other anymore.
Thank you. You were calling people uncle who was not your uncle. It was just a guy in the neighborhood to look at. Yeah, true.
We can talk to our neighbors.
Yeah, exactly. All right. I think it's the moment of truth. I have one call that I really liked in the answer, but I may be in the minority. Dan, what did you like?
I really like that last call of neighbors.
Yes.
But the out-of-the-box answer, Dom, I think we can all agree on today. The drive-in movie theaters for XXX rated movies.
Ah, okay. I don't know who said that in the
was the
beginning.
Joe in Columbus answer.
Oh, that's he said it.
He said drive-in movies.
Yeah, and I responded to that about it.
Right,
so
and that's when everyone started coming in like you're pronouncing it wrong.
Right,
the softcore
so
one
he
was
really
the Lincoln.
didn't do it. What about Chef Dave? No.
Yeah, I like Chef Dave's
Dave is
answer.
good too.
Yeah, I really liked the overall, and his was again.
Sears and Roebuck with the house.
Yes, buying the house from Sears and Roebuck. You can't believe it. Sears and Roebuck even exists now.
I think there's a Sears somewhere.
Is there? And then when they did their ads, the softer side of Sears, like I would buy clothes from there.
They emerged from bankruptcy 2022.
Okay.
Sears Holding, Dom, with only 22 stores remaining nationwide.
Oh, my God. All right. You learn something every day. We got.
Oh, wow. As of December 2024, only 8 Sears stores remaining, Dom.
And how about the blue light special? Kmart. I don't think they exist.
Please, no.
I love the blue light special. All right, Richie always next. He's got 4 big hours with you. Back tomorrow noon until 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.